Well, hello there, folks. How's everybody doing today? Are you people ready for the bird? I think you're ready. Well, I lied. You're not ready yet. Hi. Well. Oh, hi, Vivid. You live. How are you? You motherfucker. You what? You think I would just show it off? You fucking kidding? Like, why would I do that, bitch? I blow you away. Doing all right? No, it's good to see you. I haven't heard from you in a long time. Everything going okay? I just hope everything's going better for you, bro. Always know that you're a friend to me. Glad you abandoned social media. Fair enough. Fair enough. Just a black shade. I'm not just gonna reveal it immediately. You've gotten so good at drawing? Fuck yeah. What kind of stuff you drawing? With extra free time? I understand, don't worry. I haven't seen you in Koba's stream either, to be quite honest. I usually think you're more active there, because I think you're closer. You're like bros before hoes with Koba. So I hope I've been doing okay. Anyway, this is the avatar. Y'all like it? Yeah, y'all like it, right? You actually don't want... I was kidding. Watch. Really? For some reason I thought you did. I'm a fraud. Whatever. Shadow Bird. I'm just teasing you all. I'm just trying to play it out, you know? So that I get more content and viewership. Don't know why. No, I get that. Just know that your presence is always appreciated. You know, before we reveal the full thing, hi Black Phoenix, let's show you all this. Here's a better silhouette for the whole thing. It's fucking huge. There's a little bit of an error. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to fix it with the feathers. Unfortunately, that wasn't in Blender, and then it didn't carry over to Unity, and unfortunately, to fix that, I would need to like start all over again. And I'm not fucking doing with that. Deal with the gap in the feathers. All right, you know what? Is it time for me to actually reveal? Is it time for me to turn it on? Let's put on the Yatagarasu music. Because I'm gonna bird up. All right, here we go, chat. I'm gonna reveal now. We got a big crowd. Reveal or go home. Shush. All right, here we go. You ready, chat? 3, 2, 1. You fucking bitch. You got 2 seconds of it. All right, now we're gonna reveal it. There we go. Hi. Three out of 10? What the fuck, Vivid? I try my best. And this is how you treat me. You know what? Maybe I don't want you here. Hi, Stormbrister. How are you doing today? I agree it is. What do you guys think of that? Vivid. Oh, he's right. That's true. Not really. They don't have, like, I wasn't able to, like, set them up as hands, but I'm gonna add physics to them later this week so that they can, like, do better stuff. There for days. Isn't it cool? So yeah, there it is. New avatar. I think it's pretty cute. What do you guys think? You're questioning. Well, how could you think that? How could you say that? Why would you? These were just... Accord, we'll get to that camera in a second. I need to show off the emotions. What is happening on the what do you mean what's happening on the feathers? Well, it's not meant to be everyone's favorite. Which base is this? It's like an owl base. Something like that. Second. Sure how I feel about the teeth. I could technically turn the teeth off, but I think they're fine. I like the teeth. Also, Vivid, that is evil. It has weird marks on the feathers. I like, what do you mean weird marks? I think the blue looks fucking awesome. Turn the teeth off? No. You're gonna deal with the teeth and you're gonna like it. I really like it kind of makes it exotic. Oh, it's intentional? Yeah, the blue streaks are intentional. It makes it exotic. Oh, you thought it was like a glitch. No, this is intentional. It's meant to look like this. All right, anyway, emotions. Sad. Angry. This is where my cuteness turns off. Fuck all you. Not amused. Surprise. Blep. This is my favorite one. The what the fuck is wrong with you face. And of course, the happy, the neuron activation. Yeah, pretty much. Anyway, I hope you guys like it. This is to beat the bird hater allegations. It doesn't work on this screen, and it says that in the redeem. So if you redeem it, then it's your own fault for not reading. I'm never beating them. I literally am a bird, bitch. Anyway, my brother's gonna be home from workout soon, so we got that out. Time to actually play the video game. Maybe. Anyway, oh yeah, camera. Here you guys go. Zoldo, why would you do this? Hey, posing us for the vote. Yeah, I tried this. I slimmed him down a bit, and he's still fucking chomped. I see it doesn't work on this screen. It says that in the redeem. The smell level. Of course, Zoldo's happy. See y'all 2025. Vivid, do you really just come down to see the new model and then dip? You know what? I respect it. I respect the hustle. I fucking respect it. Vivid, just know that you're always valid. And I like your presence. You're considering the same? Aw, come on. You're doing this, you just decided to tune in. Ah, okay. Fair enough. Well, I hope you all like it, because you're going to be seeing this all week. And a whole bunch of other stuff. Have nail polish? It's just... It doesn't have nails. There are no nails here. This is a wing. Where's the nail? Oh, okay, Vivid. Oh, so you're just gone. Got it. I'm on Blue Sky if you want to go there. It's a much better social media site than Twitter is right now. Wing polish, I guess. If I do this, will I fly away? You disabled your Blue Sky too. The fuck, man? Okay, I love the emotions on this stupid bird. Complete exodus. Oh, if it makes you feel healthy, then go for it. Even if it's a bit sad that I miss you. You've achieved enlightenment. Look at your good, your art is apparently though true. He's right. They're right. They're right. Vivid, they're right. Anyway, I kind of want to beat this chapter today. So let's get started. Also, I have some redeems to give people. Oh. There we go. I was gonna do that manually. You didn't have to spend cash on that. It would just get worse. I can't unplug myself from social media. I work an office job. I kind of need to have the brain rot sometimes, you know? I work a fake office job. I need brain rot. And this was also redeemed by Azu. You just make it for me? Honestly, fucking valid. That is so fucking valid. All right, guys. It's time for Ace Attorney, finally. Turning out Reminiscence. You start to go a little sane. You only play so much solitaire. Yeah. You're in a better place? Not joking when you said 25.5. Okay, Vivid, no problem. I understand completely. Kei Faraday, the young lady who calls herself the second Yatagarasu. The piece of cloth that she conjured up has taken me back to many years ago. 7 years earlier. Yeah, that's right. I did it. I killed the guy. But it was the great thief Yatagarasu that told me to do it. Objection! I asked the defendant, just what exactly are you trying to say? Don't you get it? I know the true identity of the Yatagarasu. The Yatagarasu is the man standing over there at the prosecutor's bench. Are you saying that I'm the Yatagarasu? Don't you dare deny it. You told me to kill him when you snuck into the embassy. Hi, Doling. How are you doing today? Are you claiming that Mr. Faraday is the thing? It's exactly what I'm saying. Mr. Rel, I think we've just heard enough about you. Your Honor, please listen to me. I'm telling the truth. You've got to believe me. In accordance with the defendant's accusation, a new prosecutor shall be called to replace Mr. Faraday. This court will be in recess until the new prosecutor is ready. Mad at the game guy. Oh man, this game's awesome, Oreo. How are we supposed to win without your prowess? You've carried the last stream. How are we gonna win without you? It's over, man. We're Dunskies. GG's. No lawyering is happening today without you, man. Womp womp deal. Aw. Can't say no to this face. You gonna say no to this face? No, what? How dare you? How dare you, bastards? Okay. It's almost time for me to enter the courtroom. And so it is that my first assignment as a prosecutor will be as a replacement for a prosecutor has been accused by the defendant. No lawyering zone. You will be fined. How could you? This is back when Edgeworth is a piece of shit, probably, by the way. Because it's in the past. Oh my gosh, it's Manfred von Karma. The bitch himself. Fuck this guy. Have you read over the documents regarding this trial? Yes, sir. I've memorized everything there is to know. Very good. The paperwork for the prosecutor's substitution is just about complete. Edgeworth, Always bear in mind that as your mentor, I, Manfred von Karma, will accept nothing short of perfection. I understand, sir. To have the chance to stand in court at such an early stage in my career, I am honored and proud. And I have watched over your studies. I am giving you this very rare chance. Prove yourself. Crush the defendant's pathetic lies into oblivion. Yes, sir. That's such a legendary prosecutor will be watching and judging my performance. I have to be perfect in every way. The trial will resume shortly. Please wait a moment, sir. I was already well aware of that. Shortly, or in a moment. Which one is it? Be specific. Aren't these great? Daddy made all of these. Awesome! But didn't you get fired right after you made them? Yeah, I did. I spent the same amount of money on this model as it cost to build the real thing. How do you fuck up finances that badly? And my boss wasn't very happy with me. Hey, Daddy, didn't you say you built a secret mechanism inside of it? I'll tell you about it someday when you're older. A secret mechanism? Maybe he installed it as payback for getting fired? It could be trouble. Now I'm curious. Bro used actual diamonds. Hi, Steve-ish. This is so good, I can drink a whole gallon. I never heard of water that tastes that good. Maybe I'll give him a minute. Does he plan on gulping an entire reservoir? Bro, thirsty. Excuse me, ma'am, but is there something the matter? I just thought someone would have brought hors d'oeuvres by now. But this is a courthouse. It'd be quite atypical to provide hors d'oeuvres here. Are you sure? Someone poured me a fresh cup of coffee last time I was here. What the heck does he think a courthouse is for? Owl-like? Yeah, they're owl-like. You got a problem with owls? Got a problem with the owls? I have pants? They're not pants. Everyone fucking left. I show off the model and everyone fucking leaves. I see how it is. No one's here for me. I'm kidding. Today's trial should have ended in just 1 minute. Because the defendant was picked up by the security camera, correct? Exactly. The killer had the gall to say what he killed because he was instructed to do so. Even more outrageous is his claim that the case prosecutor, Bern Faraday, gave him the order. Ha! Faraday is such a fool. He's been cornered by his very own prey. You want to get a snack? I get it, JB. Sir, are you acquaintance of Miss Brian Faraday? Viewing is mandatory. Noise, I like the way you think. He is a pathetic man who speaks nothing but nonsense. Nonsense. He once tried to explain to me in a way of punishing those who cannot be brought to court. Those who cannot be brought to court. That is nonsense, for no man is above the law. Well, there are always a few exceptions. However, there is no reason to even deal with such individuals. A prosecutor is a guardian of the court. Not one with no obligation to outside manners. Yes, of course I am. Thus, there is no reason to deal with such individuals. I see. Edgeworth, disgracing yourself as Faraday has will not be forgiven. Have no fear. I will not let you down, sir. In place of the accused prosecutor, Brian Faraday, I'll prove the defendant's guilt. Very good. I've secured an hour of recess for you to prepare to do just that. Show them all the power of Von Karma! Have you achieved a firm understanding of the case? Yes, sir. I have memorized everything that is written down in the case files. Well then, explain the case to me. I want to see if you really know what you're talking about. Understood. Here we go, the case. A murder was committed on September 8th in front of the Kodopian embassy. The Kodopian? The victim, Mr. Dead Man. Are you fucking joking? His name is Dead Man. That's on the nose, even for AA. Yeah, I agree. I remember. Fuck. I remember it being like that in the original too. You just arrived. Don't judge me. I'm not judging you, Alexi. Also, hi. So you just want to go away. Go at it. I don't see if I care. It is made to do just that. The defendant in this case, Mr. Mackerel, was held for questioning the night of the incident as he was deemed suspicious. He was quickly placed under arrest for possession of the murder weapon, a gun. Furthermore, at the time of the murder, the great thief Yatakalasu had successfully infiltrated the embassy as well. Excuse me. Yes, it's a base. JP. I forgot to put it into my description, but I'll put the link after the stream and tomorrow. I got hiccups. At first, Rel claimed that he himself was the Yatagarasu. But he did not kill that he did not kill Dead Man. I wonder what he expected to gain from such a desperate lie. It's possible that he wants to go down while in the spotlight if he is found guilty. There truly is no limit to people's insanity. But I digress. Continue, Edgeworth. Yes, sir. During the trial, the prosecution presented the security footage that captured the murder. The footage clearly shows Mr. Rel as the murderer. The act of Mr. Rel firing the gun can be clearly seen from the visitor's gallery. Upon seeing that, the defendant retracted his statement and admitted to the murder. I did it because I was told to. By the real Yatagarasu, Barn Faraday. That sounds about right. Pretty straightforward case. How is it gonna get fucked up? However, you've forgotten one thing. Well, this may appear to simply be the murder of a Kodopian emissary staff member. People are actually referring to it as the second KG-8 incident. The second KG-8 incident? I'm very sorry, sir. I fear I failed to study hard enough. Well, even among the police, it's information only a select few are privy to. Could you please enlighten me, sir? The second... We don't even know what the first KG incident was! Sir, what do you mean by the second KG-8 incident? In order for me to tell you that, you must learn about the... Finally! We're learning about the KG-8 incident! It's fucking happening! You mean you haven't heard of the KG-8 incident? You haven't heard? Take a look at these documents. Hi, Jack. This is a 3-year-old newspaper. Yeah, Jack, isn't it great? You have heard of the Amano Group scandal before, correct? Yes, I have. The secretary of Ernest Amano, the Amano Group's director, was arrested. Ooh, we learned about all of this in the last case. And that guy's dead now. Not the guy that's on the screen, the guy in the little picture over there. He can't be, Jack, because he was brought into justice in Ace Attorney 1. They wouldn't bring him to justice here. Correct. Sessei was an employee of the Amano Group and the sole witness to the smuggling operation. It was she who brought the crime to light. However, Miss Yu was silenced before she could testify in court. Wasn't a Kodepian emissary staff member arrested for the murder? Yes, a Kodopian by the name of Manny Kochin was the suspect. However, due to lack of evidence, the case went unresolved. Lack of evidence? Noise, I'm gonna be real. Manfred von Karma is the most obvious bad guy in existence. Like, I'm not even joking. You will clock him as a bad person from the second you fucking see the man. He's like hyped up as like the big bad for the entire fucking game. It's like, it's very much not a fucking spoiler. The spoiler would be more the how, the why, and the when. But the fact that he's a bad guy, no, that's not a spoiler. What the fuck did he do? Exactly. Ha! If only I was in charge of the case. I would have done everything in my power to prove his guilt. To make sure that all criminals are found guilty, my mentor really is dedicated. Faraday was the prosecutor on the case then, and he was as pathetic as ever. Mr. Faraday was in charge of the KG-8 incident as well? That's right. And now, once again, the victim of the case you are currently assigned to was someone who is scheduled to testify against that smuggling organization. And just like last time, the victim was murdered right before he was to testify. You're catching on. The victim was murdered just before his day in court against the smuggling organization. Ooh, this smuggling organization goes deep. We learned about them in case 1, 2. This smuggling organization has been the key to everything. The events are occurring almost exactly the same way as they did in the KG-8 incident. So that's why it's being called the second KG-8 incident. Yes. Yet, there is one difference between the two incidents. What would that be? The so-called noble thief that is sending everyone into an uproar. The great thief, Yatagarasu. Yatagarasu. I better find out more. If this is true, that the Yatagarasu showed up at the Kodopian emissary, what could he or she have been after? No doubt to steal any suspicious accounting records and release them publicly. Or more likely to steal secrets from the Kodopian emissary himself. What was the KG-8 incident? There's a smuggling ring, and someone who was set to testify against the smuggling ring was murdered before they were able to testify against it. And then then there's a new case, the one that's currently going on, where the exact same thing happened, where someone who was set to testify against the smuggling ring was murdered. Here, we have the case files for it here. Kodepian emissary staff member Manny Kochin found not guilty. The victim is Miss Sessei Yu. Since the item that the Yatagarasu stole from there was sent to the police. What was it that the Yatagarasu sent to the police? I don't know the details. Hi, Silver. Anything related to the Yatagarasu is getting the top secret treatment. Still, I find it very ironic. By returning the stolen item to the police, it was proof positive that the Yatagarasu had infiltrated the emissary on the same day the staff member was killed. Criminals have a way of incriminating themselves, wouldn't you say? That would have been the first time the Yatagarasu has left evidence behind, correct? Yatagarasu be slippin'! Yes, indeed. If you wish to learn more about the Yatagarasu, then I suggest you ask Faraday. Mr. Faraday? He happens to be the prosecutor in charge of the Yatagarasu case as well. He's the prosecutor in charge of both the KG incident and the Yatagarasu case? That's kind of sus. Mr. Faraday really has a lot on his plate. What is it, little girl? Yo, it's Kay! Kay Faraday! You're scary, mister. Oh, clocked by a kid. Get shit on, Manfred. Did you need something? I want to trade these coins with you. A fistful of dimes, quarters, and pennies. But it looks like you have exactly $1. Is this what you want? Thanks, that's exactly what I needed. Could that child be here to watch the trial? How disrespectful for a child like that to be running inside the courthouse. Oh, stop being such a silly fucker, Manfred. There's no one have respect for this country judicial system anymore. No, honestly, playing Ace Attorney has made me realize that I have no faith in your jury, in your judge, jury, and execution ways. The paperwork for the prosecutor substitution is complete. Why, do you even know how much time there is left before the trial resumes? I'm so sorry. Kangaroo court, yeah, but that's what makes it fun. We have this courthouse instead of protecting it in an instant. Gulp. It's no bother, sir. Not being completely prepared could prove to be a perfect handicap for me. A proud one you are. Yep, in one of the games, that's one of the plots, yeah. You had better collect the evidence from Faraday and prepare yourself. It's time for your debut, Edgeworth. Courtroom number 3. Why are we near alone? What's going on? Just what is going on? Why isn't Faraday here yet? How is it possible that the defense is not prepared yet either? Bailiff, where is Mr. Faraday? I'm not sure. I wasn't really paying attention. Well, there's the judge. Ah, you must be the one Miss One Karma recommended. I hear this will be your first trial. I look forward to seeing how you perform. Oh, by the way, was there somebody celebrating a birthday during the recess? I could have sworn that I heard a popper going off. A popper? That better not be what I think it is. Judge from the side, this is cursed. Come to think of it, the other day with my grandson, sir, it looks like the trial is about to resume. However, yes, it will be all but impossible to prove the witness a liar without the evidence from Faraday. What is that blasted buffoon up to? It's an emergency, sirs! Silence! There shall be no yelling in this sacred hall of the law. I say, as I yell. Fucking hypocrite. Bailiff, remove the man from the courthouse at once. Please, wait. You have to listen to me. There's an emergency. Defendant lobby number 2. Mr. Faraday and the defendant. The two of them. They're both dead, Your Honor. What? Stay back. No one's allowed on the crime scene. Period. Just who does this oddball think he is? This is becoming quite the hotspot. Isn't she Mr. Bell's defense attorney? Hey, you! No running in the hallway, pal! And who are you to tell me what to do? I'll never find out what's going on like this. It's time for some civil discourse. Do you have a minute? You know, I'm not really into talking to people I don't know. Especially at a time like this. I apologize for not introducing myself before bothering you. My name is Miles Edgeworth. I was to take Mr. Faraday's place in court. Edgeworth, huh? Never heard of you. So Faraday's substitute is a newbie, huh? I'll have you know, ma'am, that I studied under Manfred von Karma. Do not take me for some naive novice. Do not take me for some novice. So you're a student of Von Karma? I should have... Close our dead giveaway! Stop it right there! These are the garments of one who gallantly presents the facts. Ah, thanks for the great laugh, but try not to make me laugh so much, okay? I wasn't trying to do anything of the sort. I'm just kidding, I was just goofing around. By the way, do you know who I am? My name is Callisto Yu. And if you're telling the truth, then we are about to go head-to-head in court. Ah, but of course, I have heard much about you, Mrs. Yu. But of course, I have heard much about you. You're a regular Shakespeare. Say something funny. You out here just shitting on Edgeworth. Be in this segment? Probably. I don't have his profile. I don't know how old he is. She's fucking roasting him. Crime scene. I'd like you to update me on the situation. I don't really know anything. Why don't you try talking to those detectives over there? If that's the case, then why are you here? Oh, it's so funny. It's just the way you speak is so tactless. The person I was going against in court, until only a little while ago, was just murdered. It's not like I could go back into the courtroom pretending as though nothing happened. That's a good point. I apologize for asking such an insensitive question. Edgeworth is 20 here. This was 7 years ago. Was he really old 20? Okay, that makes sense actually. It's fine, don't worry about it. Well, that's our first weirdo. Excuse me, but who are you? Detective Tyrell Bad. Homicide. I was informed of the situation and came as quickly as possible. So how did you arrive and expect the body before me? Faraday requested for me to testify in the trial. Plain and simple. Mr. Faraday requested that you be here? Don't worry about it, Noise. This is magical fantasy lawyer land. Don't fucking worry about it. I've already contacted HQ about the situation. I've got nothing to say to you, kid. Kid? I'm Mr. Faraday substituted today's trial. Therefore, I insist that you update me on the situation. I can't back down here. I have a right to know. Do I need to teach you a thing or two about how to talk to adults, kid? Is he threatening me? He's reaching for a gun! Oh. It's just a mirror? How dare he trick me like that? Faraday was stabbed to death with some kind of blade, and he had a gun in his hands. The other man, a Mr. Mackrell, was shot and killed. He was found holding a bloody knife in his hands. Was there anyone else who went into the defendant lobby number 2? Yeah, that big lug over there. His name's Gumshoe. Hi, Gumshoe. He was in charge of guarding the place. He's claiming that no one else entered the room. If that's the case, then they must have killed each other, correct? Maybe. Such impudence! This guy really testing my patience. Why was I not informed that you were going to testify in court? Homicides aren't my only gig. The Yatagarasu case is one of my assignments. So you were called upon to comment on the Yatagarasu's characteristics, in order to assess if Mr. Faraday really was the Yatagarasu or not. Well, well. Looks like you might just have a brain after all in that head of yours, son. Hi, Brew. Son! I'm not your son, Pops! Hi, Drex. Alright, we're gonna talk to Gumshoe now. And you are... Who, me? Hey, pal. It's common courtesy to tell someone your name first before asking theirs. Point taken. My name is Miles Edgeworth. I am a district prosecutor. A prosecutor? Never seen a prosecutor as young as you, pal. This is before they became best friends forever. And then they became best friends. I've told you my name. Well, mind telling me yours? Detective Dick Gumshoe. And as recently I achieved my dream of becoming a detective. Young Gumshoe is slightly off-putting to you. I'm gonna be real, Noise. He's exactly the same, except his color of coat is different. That's it. That's like he's literally the same, except his coat color is different. That's what I was born to do. Wait, maybe I should check and make sure I'm not really in some kind of crazy dream first. This detective is entirely too sensitive to be at a murder scene. Has Kirk got dirtier over the years? Probably, yeah. So, Detective Gumshoe, would you mind telling me what you know about the incident? You know that I don't have to tell you anything, right? I know that. But it would behoove you to fill me in on what you know. Wow, you're a proud one for such a youngster, aren't you? Well, anyway, Detective Bad is the one in charge. So you're just gonna have to ask him for all the details, okay? As for me, I was guarding the door to the defendant lobby number 2. So you were on guard detail. Did you notice anything strange while you were on duty? Well, I freaked out when I heard a gunshot, and then I just kind of froze. You're a detective and a measly gunshot scared you that much? Edro, I'm gonna be real with you. There is no such thing as a measly gunshot. That's a fucking gun. They're terrifying. Anyway. Then again, I can hardly claim to not know what it's like to hear one at close range. Thank you! Thank you, bitch! Hi, Knight. How you doing today? I'm right here. Okay, I don't know. Then Detective Bad came running to the scene. We went into lobby number 2 together, and both men were lying there, dead. Is that everything? Yeah, that's it. I was in the hallway the whole time, but I didn't hear a single peep of a struggle. Interesting. Other than the gunshot, he didn't hear a single sound of commotion. Miss Yu! There's someone here who wishes to see you. Who is it? A Utopian emissary staff member by the name of Manny Kochin. What? Manny Kochin? Who? Where have we heard that name before? It was the person who was tried as being guilty for the murder of Seiyu, except he was found not guilty. What is going on? What's going on? My thoughts exactly. Detective Bad and misused moods just changed all of a sudden. Wait a second. Wasn't Manny Kochin? I'll be right there. It's nice to see you again, Miss Yu. Why are you here? I have no desire to ever see you again. Now. Actually, would you mind stepping outside for a brief chat? Fine. Let's go. Bad. Von Karma. It's been a long time. I knew you would show up. Usually do when the Yatagarazu is involved, and I see this case as no exception. Do you know Detective Bad, sir? Yes. He's like an old bloodhound that never leaves the scene of a crime. Only he would get a promotion and move on. It's the crime scene where a detective is most useful and effective. Huh. It's not like I don't know that. Moving on though, Bad. The man that I just passed by. Was he not the suspect for the KG-8 incident? So I was right. Just what is this man doing wandering around here? That Faraday. I can't believe he let such an easy catch get away. Imbecile! I would have proved his guilt in 3 minutes. Yeah, he's always been a real piece of work. Von Karma. I think you've said enough for now. It's in poor taste to speak like that about the departed. Very well. Back on topic. I'm placing Edward in charge of the investigation here.
Objection!
Oh my gosh, it's baby Francisca. Papa, how can you place him in charge? Francisca? What are you doing here? Baby Francisca. Babby. I'm here for summer vacation. What else? Francisca von Karma. She's here on vacation from Germany. She should be like 10 years old right now. She is the daughter of Manfred von Karma and a student of his, who's also a junior to me. You're the one who's junior to me, and don't you forget it. I can't do a young child voice, I'm sorry. You're not conveniently avoiding the bar examination, are you? Ha! You're able to pass, and I have absolutely no trouble at all. I'll never allow myself to lose to you, never! Why does she always have to be this competitive? Anyway, Papa, are you really assigning Miles Edgeworth to cover the case? Yes, I am. Why do you ask? Well, you know, I'm close to becoming a prosecutor myself. And I'm 100% confident I could do a better job than him. No, you can't, bitch. That's just like Francisca. She has no problem bad-mouthing someone right in front of them. Bad. Yeah? These two will be conducting the investigation. What? You want me to let both of these kids loose on the crime scene? Ha! This is a perfect opportunity for them to work on their prosecutorial skills. A crime scene is not a place to be children messing around in. I'm the one with the authority over this crime scene, Bad. And I will not tolerate complaining. Ugh. Edgeworth, Francisca, I leave this case with the two of you. Hi, Sage. Understood, sir. Yes, Papa. I'll go take care of the paperwork now. Remember, I'll accept nothing but a perfect report from the both of you. Do not disappoint me! Hold up, Bug Karma. I still haven't agreed to this. Miles Edgeworth. It's been quite some time, Francisca. She's 13. Okay. This will be the perfect chance for us to see which of us is truly worthy of the Von Karma name. Would it kill you to at least say hello? Long time no see. Very good. Just because you became a prosecutor first doesn't mean you get that all proud. She hasn't changed a bit. She's got the little baby whip. She's trying her best. Miles Edgeworth. As I was saying, we shall see which one of us is worthy of the Von Karma name. For crying out loud. I've been reduced to a babysitter. Looks like Mr. Von Karma was successful in convincing the detective. That's just like him. He never fails. Now, I'd appreciate it if you could quickly run me through the facts, Detective Bad. You're better off checking things out on your own. Very well. Seems like getting help from Detective Bad will be a more arduous task. Well, I'm immediately seeing that the window's open. Ugh. Is the only real explanation that they killed each other simultaneously? Miles Edgewood, you should listen to someone until they have finished talking. What are you talking about? I'll only say it one more time. This is a competition. This competition is used truly worthy of the common name. A competition. The person that figures out the truth first wins. So the person who doesn't discover the truth is a dishonor to the name? Exactly! I don't care that you became a prosecutor before me. I simply refuse to hear any more foolish things coming over your foolishly foolish mouth. Fine, whatever makes you happy. Can I take that as you accepting my challenge? Once again, whatever makes you happy. Ha! Well then, let's begin the investigation, shall we? I'm going to find the perfect evidence and prettily present it like the professional I am. Hi, Leska, how are you doing today? For you to discover the truth behind a crime. How delightfully childish. Hey, Prosecutor Kevin, thank you so much for the follow. How are you doing today? One second. Good. Good to hear. You think they might be an Ace Attorney fan? Maybe just a little bit. Maybe a little bit they are. You kids over there, hold it. Kid? Ha! Serves you right, Miles. He just called you a kid. I said kids, kid. How dare you call me a kid as well? What is up with kids not being offended at being called kids, chat? You're a kid, just deal with it. Like, it's just a fact. Let's go, thank you for the Prime sub. There's, I know. What do you think of this edition that I have included, Veshka? You want to be a kid? Honestly, my 30s have been the best years of my life so far, so I'm pretty okay with where I am right now. You see, there's this thing about being an adult that they don't tell you about. It's called you have money. Well, some people have money. I will concede that some people are not doing so hot, and I feel for them and such. But you know, I'll do what I please, and I won't allow you to cause a ruckus on my crime scene. What Fire Ninja said, yes. Hey, big guy, you're going to watch over these two. Yes, sir! Detective Bad, sir! Now, do what I say from now on, kids, okay? You better not get in our way, Scruffy. You'll feel the bite of my whip if you do. Hey, you prosecutor boy! Let's get your investigation started already, alright? Great, now even that detective is treating me like a child. Alright, it's time to get investigating. Get a move on, prosecutor boy. My name is Miles Edgeworth, and if you were to call me prosecutor boy one more time, it will be my duty as a prosecutor to look into your monthly salary. What? And what would you do with my salary after you saw how much it was? That's up to you now, isn't it? Really? Sounds good, pal. He's so naive. Begin investigation. Adorable. Gumshoe's first pay cut. They grow up so fast. Not bad. May I have a word with you? Hi, Yoda. What is it? It appears that both a knife and a gun were used as murder weapons. Yeah, it does. That leads us to our first question of the investigation. Where did the men acquire the weapons? The gun was inside of Faraday's bag. It was a piece of evidence that was presented in the trial earlier today. It was used to kill the Cadopian emissary staff member. But I never heard anything about the knife. Mr. Rel was being held by the police. There's no way he could have brought it in. Yeah, of course I'm excited, Daria. I'm going to be streaming that day one. As long as there's nothing else that I want to play coming out around the same time. But probably day one. Oh, by the way, chat, for the new Zelda game coming out this week, I fucked up. I thought it was releasing on Friday. It's actually releasing Thursday. So I planned my schedule around it coming out on Friday. So we're going to be streaming the new Zelda game on Friday, not when it comes out. So that will give you guys time to get farther than me, okay? So do that so that you can watch me on Friday, okay? Okay? All right. Which means it's possible that Faraday had the knife on him from the start as well. Could it have been a piece of evidence that had yet to be presented? But then, why doesn't Detective Bad know about it? Wait, what if? It's possible that Mr. Faraday brought the knife in under the guise of prosecutorial evidence. He could have then bought it out and attacked Mr. Rel with it. Huh. Maybe you've got a brain in there after all, kid. Ugh. Is he gonna treat me like a child forever? It looks like Mr. Faraday attacked Mr. Rel first, who then counterattacked. That's the only logical conclusion you can draw from a scene like this. Not yet. I feel that it's much too early to be drawing conclusions already. I must first find conclusive evidence to protect the honor of the Von Karma name. Why are there plastic bags scattered all around? Those bags are for keeping evidence safe, pal. I know that much, Detective. You sure are good at this stuff, aren't you, pal? Normally I'd be happy if someone compliments me, but when it's this guy... Anyway, could these plastic bags be evidence of a fight between the two men? It looks like Mr. Faraday fell on top of Mr. Rel. At first glance, it seems like they must have killed each other. However, using logic, the only logical conclusion is, aha! But what was that outburst for? My detective's instinct just hit me real hard. It was Mr. Rel that fell first, see? You don't need a detective's instinct for that. It's common sense. When you're died, you'll watch this series the game. Don't worry, Sage. The whole point of this stream is that you guys are playing it. There's a reason I have this command. But I suppose we won't know that much more than that until after I examine the bodies. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. Mr. Faraday. How ironic for him is to lose his life in the courthouse. Yeah, why did it have to be like this? I don't know what to say. I can't believe this happened while I was on watch, pal. Rather than beating yourself up, you should spend your time continuing the investigation. Oh, you meant Zelda. Oh, okay. Alright. Sorry. Edgeworth dresses like he's a theater kid. That's because Edgeworth is a theater kid, Yoda. Like, straight up. Let's be real. Yeah. Then get back to work. Find out the cause of his murder. Right. I'm on it, pal. First, he killed a Cadopian emissary staff member. Then he was murdered himself. This guy wasn't exactly an angel, you know. Oh? What makes you say that? Well, he's been hauled into the Benedict several times for theft and assault, pal. So yeah, he's definitely the type to have committed a murder or two. Well, he did admit to killing Mr. Dead Man. That name fucking pisses me off, chat. That pisses me off. Dead Man. Fuck it. Whatever. Hey, good point, pal. I knew my detective's intuition was telling me something. Detective's intuition. Yep. Do you know about it? It's a special feeling that all detect... We don't have time for this conversation right now. Let's return to the investigation. Ace Attorney with the puns, yeah. Looks like Mr. Rel died with the knife in his hand. There's some blood stuck on it. Then he must have used this as a weapon. Yep, no doubt about it. Is Mr. Faraday carrying this on his personage? Did he bring this as a piece of evidence for the trial? Or did he bring it with a very different intention in mind? I should jot some notes down about it. Hey, Jacob. Yeah, I like it. Let's not have that dead in the dumpster. Let's name this guy Dead Man. Yeah. Because he's not important to the plot at all. So they're just like, let's just call him Dead Man. Why not? It'll be funny. Why are there plastic bags scattered all around? This is safe, pal. I know that much, detective. Okay, we've read this one already. Gun. Looks like Mr. Faraday died while holding a gun in his right hand. So he shot Mr. Rel and then fell on top of him while still gripping onto the gun? I guess that does seem kind of strange, huh? I mean, why would Mr. Faraday know how to fire a gun? It's not exactly rocket science. Even I know how to pull a trigger. Although I doubt I'll ever need to use one. I hope I never have to fire a gun either, pal. But it sure does look cool to hold a gun in your hands. It appears that the police screening procedures need a thorough review. Anyway, I should jot down some notes about the handgun in Mr. Faraday's hand. Don't think I'm going to be able to examine too much more here. Oh, wait. His hand is all black down here, see? I wonder what it could be. If you look closely, this blotching pattern resembles an ink stain. An ink stain? Yes, I usually get ink on my own hand when I use my feather pen. A feather pen. I've never seen one before. Sure you aren't just making it up, pal? Mr. Rel's cause of death was from being shot, correct? That's what we think, but it's hard to tell with him lying face down. Death is bad enough, but truly lamentable that someone would try to hide the truth. Are you sure they were trying to hide something? I can't confirm Mr. Rel's cause of death was his body positioned like that. Detective Bad, I'd like to examine the bodies in further detail, if possible. What's this? You're not able to form a theory with them in the way they are. I believe an examination of the bodies is vital to finding the perfect evidence, don't you? I suppose you do have a point. Well, hurry up and get on with it. Labby. Yes, sir. We've taken enough photos of the scene, sir. And there you have it. Do you not approve? Of course not. What? Investigation of a crime scene is the work of a detective, so don't touch a thing. Hey, big fella, turn over the bodies for me, will you? Okay. Please forgive me, Mr. Faraday, sir. Gumshoe, do not get emotionally involved. Remember, you're a detective. Yes, sir. Understood, sir. Okay, so he was shot, and he has a knife wound. First things first, I feel like there's not enough knife on this blood. There's not enough blood on that knife, but we'll see. There's a knife wound in his chest here, see? I wonder if the wound matches the knife Mr. Bell is holding. Labby. Yes, sir. Verifying now, sir. Make it quick. From the look of things, one could deduce that the knife Mr. Bell is holding is what killed Mr. Faraday. Not enough knife on that blood? Indeed. There's something in his breast pocket. It's a fountain pen. Hey, you know, I always keep a pencil behind my ear, because Detective Pad is always telling me you should always write your name on everything you own. Yes, somehow you do strike me as quite a forgetful individual. That's the one Mr. Rell got blown away by, right? Labby, your answer. Yes, sir! We found that the ballistic markings do match that gun. Oh, ballistic markings are the figurative prints of a gun leaves on a bullet when fired. Every gun leaves its own unique ballistic markings. Therefore, by looking at the markings on a bullet, you can tell which gun it came from. Yeah, that's it. Of course, I already knew all about that, pal. Bad. Maybe you'd be better off going back to the academy. Yeah, come on, sir. Cut me some slack, will ya? So the bullet that was fired from this gun is what felled Mr. Rel. Shot in the chest. It takes some guts to fire a gun in a courthouse. I mean, I've been a detective for a whole week and I still haven't fired a single round yet. There aren't any burn marks on his clothes. That must mean... Wait, burn marks? Hi, Wario. We only just started investigating. 2 people are dead. And a good smile. That gets you really far in life, surprisingly. A round grows very hot as it is discharged from a firearm. Therefore, burn marks are usually left when a shot is fired from point-blank range. Ergo, Mr. Rel must have been shot from at least a yard or 2 away. You sure do know a bunch of neat stuff for your age, pal. Apparently, this detective has as much common knowledge as your everyday marsupial. Let us now try to understand how the 2 men died. First, Mr. Faraday took the gun and the knife from out of today's trial evidence. Then he aimed the gun at Mr. Rel and fired. However, Mr. Rel managed to grab the knife and counter Miss Faraday while being shot. Then the 2 men fell together where they stood. That is my theory, in any case. What a crazy way to go. Still, something about that explanation just doesn't seem right. I believe now I have a firmer grasp on what happened here. And to get you caught up a little bit, Wario, this is also related to the KG8 incident, where a Cahoothian embassy staff member, Manny Cochin, was found not guilty in the murder of Miss Seseyu to try and silence her for a smuggling ring. And the same thing happened here, where a guy named Dead Man was murdered in a Cahoothian embassy by presumably this guy and stuff. Yeah. The window is open and there's a fresh flowery scent in the air. Ugh, the flowers of the garden there are so gross and ghastly. Mackerel, yep. Do you think maybe you could try offering something useful for a change? There's just no way somebody escaped through this window, pal. They wouldn't wake up and smell the flowers after a fall from the 3rd floor. Are you willfully ignoring the fact that there are also iron bars on the window? Yeah, I guess there's that too. Either way, no one can get through these windows, right? They thought of everything when they were designing this courthouse. Very nice. Whoa! What is it, Detective Gumshoe? My TV at home is so tiny compared to this one, pal. Yeah, the burn mark shows up if it's at point blank. There's no burn marks, so it's not point blank. Ooh, let me see here. Wow, this thing is huge. Way too noisy. You're the noisy one, Scluffy. Don't touch it. You'll get your fingerprints all over it. But I didn't touch it. Preservation of the crime scene is the foundation of detective work. The foundation, huh? Sounds like something the rookie here needs to shore up on. There's some stuff in the bag, pal. I suppose this was Mr. Faraday's bag. It's probably the trial evidence I was supposed to collect from him. This is the evidence? I better not touch it. I'll leave prints on it. Do you just not pay attention to anything you do? You got a theory, but you'll see. There are some plastic bags stacked up on the table. There's a tea set, too, but there doesn't seem to be any sign of a disturbance. Yeah, the table's all neat and tidy. Maybe they were super quiet in their scuffle. After all, I didn't hear anything from out in the hallway, you know? Maybe the plastic bags scattered on the floor are throwing us off. Plant. This decorative plant foliage is quite nice. It's actually soothing to be around it. Perhaps I should purchase one for my room. It looks like Mr. Faraday was stabbed with this knife that Mr. Rell is holding. Youch! What's wrong, Detective? My stomach started to hurt from just thinking about being stabbed. Just keep your mind on the case, alright? Yeah, I don't think about being stabbed, Chad. It's probably not very good. Alright, chat. We got logic. What are we putting together? We've got neat and tidy table, lobby number 2 window, fountain pen in pocket, plastic bag strewn about, and ink stain on Mr. Faraday's hand. Blue says pen and ink blot. That splotch on Mr. Faraday's hand. I wonder if it might be the ink from his fountain pen. Ooh, let's ask the lab guy. Hi, Real Madame Gardy. How are you doing today? Plastic bag and neat and tidy. We can do that. I confirm that the substance on Mr. Faraday's hand is the ink from the fountain pen. I see. Good work. You know, I've always wanted to say that, even if it was just one time in my life. If Mr. Faraday wrote with his fountain pen in his left hand, I think it's fair to assume that he was left-handed. It appears that Mr. Faraday's pen is very important to our case as well. Okay, if you say so, pal. He's holding the gun in the right. Ooh, JP might be onto something there. By the way, if you know the answers, try to avoid saying them out loud. We're trying to give people to, like, play the game blind. So if you do know the answers, don't say anything. If you don't know the answers, go for it. There's a very tidy pile of plastic bags on the table. And yet, a portion of them wound up scattered on the floor as well. It's not likely that the ones on the floor were knocked over during a struggle. In which case, might there not be another explanation as to how they got there? Another reason? I believe it's... Oh, no, I'm not implying you, JP. I was more to Real Madden Garde, just because his name makes me think that he potentially may have played this game before. That said, that doesn't mean he definitely did, because you could be a fan of Ace Attorney and miss some games. I believe it's possible that the blood on the outside of the bag is related somehow. Hey, please get that blood away from me, pal. Detective Gumshoe, whose blood is on this bag? Hold on, let me ask the lab guy. Alright, please hurry. Wait till you get a load of this, pal. It's Mr. Faraday's. Oh, and the technician said they didn't find anything else on or in the bag either. It would appear that this bag is a very important piece of evidence. Okay, if you say so, I'll leave it in your hands, pal. I guess there's not much left to investigate, huh? They really did kill each other. No, we can't conclude that quite yet. There's still something I find very peculiar here. I'm just before this case? Okay, no problem then. You're allowed to say whatever you want then. I just wanted to make absolutely sure, you know? In fact, there is actually a contradiction that shows there is another possibility. No way, pal, really? I suppose I'll just have to show you the contradiction in this crime scene. So chat, what's the contradiction in this crime scene? Yeah, that's chill, lawyer dude. Thanks, bro. You're the best. You're the best. Okay, but what are we presenting? Because we gotta present something as well. Pen? Use the present commands to lock that in if you want to do it. Factor cameo win. I don't know, bro. All right, everybody say yes if you agree to that. Type in Y if you agree with what JP is putting down. Eureka! Now we've come face to face with the contradiction I spoke of, and it is this. Miss Faraday used his left hand to write with his fountain pen. Ergo, he is left-handed. And yet the handgun is in his right hand. Don't you find it odd that the left-handed Miss Faraday would hold the gun in his right hand? That, ladies and gentlemen, is the great contradiction haunting this crime scene. Hey, you're right, pal. That does seem kind of strange. But how could something like that happen? But you could also shoot with your right. The point it's making is that you probably ideally wouldn't want to do that because it requires precision and aim. You know? Someone else put the gun in Mr. Faraday's hand after he died. Someone else? Plastic bag scattered on the floor and a gun in the wrong hand. I sense the presence of a shadowy figure behind this case. Yeah, like the fact that he's not even considering the fact that he might be ambidextrous is kind of sus of you, Edgeworth. That said, the plastic bag is much more compelling evidence that something was set up. A person of vile intent who is serious about keeping the truth from us. Investigation complete. 10th District Court, Defendant Lamy number 2. Here's the autopsy report. It is probable that Mr. Dell survived for a short time after he was shot. However, Miss Faraday died instantaneously from his stabbing. Interesting. The crime scene notes are updated. That's not new evidence. It looks like we now know everything we need to know about this case. Are you sure we know everything? Of course! The incident began with Mr. Faraday attempting to get his revenge. The prosecutor went into a rage from being accused and tried to kill the defendant. But the defendant fought back and they ended up killing each other. It's all very clear and simple. There's absolutely no margin for doubt. Do you really believe that to be the truth? Are you saying that just because I figured out the truth before you, that you don't want to believe it's true? Ugh. It's alright, if you disagree with my argument, then prove me wrong. But if there's any contradictions to be found, that is. Don't worry, I will. What happened? Mr. Faraday's death was instantaneous, while Mr. L survived for a short time. From this, it is obvious that Mr. Faraday died after he shot Mr. L. And Mr. L, while on the brink of death, stole Mr. Faraday's knife and stabbed him. Those are the facts of this case. Mr. Faraday's death was instantaneous, therefore he must have attacked first. Proving that logic to be false is probably the fastest way to show her that she's wrong. In that case, I should first look for any holes in her theory. Hold it! Do you truly believe that Mr. Faraday died instantaneously? Isn't that literally what this said? Instantaneous death. That's literally what the autopsy report says! What are you laughing about? I have the murder report right here. Mr. Faraday died instantaneously of shock due to being stabbed in the chest. There, you see? It's been documented clear as day. Ah! Edgeworth, you're an idiot. He's baby Edgeworth, we can forgive him. Let's press all the statements. Mr. Faraday shot Mr. Rell before he died. Do you have any basis for that statement? Your foolishness has no end, does it? Now, I hate to repeat myself, however, Mr. Faraday died instantaneously. That's all the basis I need. Alright, so if Mr. Faraday died instantaneously, then he must have attacked Mr. Rell before being stabbed. You're finally beginning to catch on, I see. And Mr. Rell, while on the brink of death, stole Mr. Faraday's knife and stabbed him. Hold it! Fire Chief, what are you talking about? Are you here early? Am I about to get... I'm getting the impression that I'm about to get fucking abused and that you're here early. Or you're talking about something else. I'm confused. What are you talking about? The dying Mr. Rel stole the knife from Mr. Faraday. Mr. Rel became desperate as he did not want to die. Human beings can do amazing things when they are put to the test. So the two men struggled. And in the end, Mr. Rel was able to grab the knife and stab Mr. Faraday. The messy contradiction of this room is a testament to their struggle. Yes, my logic is perfectly sound. Can you really say that it's perfect? What are you insinuating? Nothing. However, I can't let what you said slide by without further inquiry. One must be clear and precise, so if you can append that statement to your testimony. Fine. They struggled, and Mr. Rel used the last of his strength to counterattack Mr. Faraday. New statement, chat. Koma! Foot hurdy, your foot. Hi, I'm new. What's up? Different thing. We're different views. Different. We're making some changes around here. Slightly. How was your stream, Koba? I know you hurt yourself yesterday, and that must have sucked. But thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate it. We're playing Ace Attorney, so you might want to leave before you get spoilered, Koba. Because we're on case 4. Yes, Bakiri. How are you? What'd you do today? I think I saw you streaming Noita earlier. I was busy today, so I couldn't join in. Do not do that to me. Anyway, this is an interactive stream. If you want to participate and figure out the investigation stuff, feel free to join in. All the commands can be seen in the bottom left-hand corner there. Got Noita a lot. That makes sense. Noita is a fucking cruel-ass game for psychopaths. I say this because I played it. I'm a psychopath. Hi, Kite. How you doing? What statement number is this? This is statement number 4. Those are the facts of this case. You finished in Nicobarg when you bullied him in Noida. Makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. Just gonna skim through this evidence a little bit. You might have to wait for this to move out of the way, and I apologize for that. Because this is 7 years ago, Bakiri. She baby. She fucking baby. She's 13 right now. Okay, Zoldo wants to present Gumshoe's testimony on statement. I think you meant statement 3, right? I think I fucked up a bit there. It was actually statement 3. My apologies. So Zoldo wants to present Gumshoe's testimony here, which says, was in the hall on guard duty, other than a gunshot, didn't hear signs of a struggle. I don't know why it lets you vote after it's timed out. I really don't. I might need to fix that. Abuse deck instead of a full whip? Yep. There's Zoldo's logic. Does everybody agree with Zoldo? Are we going to present the Gumshoe's testimony to this statement? If we don't get enough votes, I will just present it. 2 victims? Yep. 3, technically. Because we're just, well, not 3, but this is the case. So you might have to check the VOD and get caught up, Bakiri. Essentially, we're investigating a case related to a smuggling ring. We were going to take over the prosecution, but then the defendant and the prosecutor both got killed. So yeah, that's what happened. Objection! Doing the Von Karma thing. If the 2 men were fighting, their struggle would have surely caused quite a bit of noise. However, Detective Gumshoe testified that he heard absolutely nothing. Ha, you place too much faith in that detective's testimony, you know? But for the sake of arguments, let's say there wasn't a fight. How then did Mr. L get his hands on the knife? Mr. Faraday's bag was sitting right here in lobby number 2. It is not hard to imagine that perhaps Mr. L saw a chance and took it out at some point. So, what you're saying is this. Mr. L took a chance when he saw the opportunity and took the knife from the bag. And then Miss Faraday shot Mr. L after being stabbed. Isn't there something strange in Renkar's statement just now? Yes? Hi, Lalia. Yes, isn't it great? Okay. Wait, something doesn't add up. Oh, really? It's simply not possible for Mr. Faraday to have shot Rel after being stabbed. What are we presenting here? It is, isn't it? Boom. What are we presenting here, chat? I can't use them, unfortunately, Bakiri. They're not, like, I tested it in, like, thing, and it looked awful. They're not really designed for that use.
Take that!
if somebody says to do it, I'm just gonna do it. And the reason for that is because I need to beat this game by Thursday. So I want to go this a little faster. So, yeah. Don't worry, Biggery. I'm planning to make it look a little better later this week. I got plans. Don't worry. I've got plans. Well, it'll be good. I promise. According to the coroner's report, Mr. Faraday died instantaneously, meaning that he died immediately upon being stabbed by the knife. Ergo, he could not possibly have fired the gun after that. Oh, you got me. But of course... Well, then if the report is correct, there's only one correct explanation. We suppose that Mr. L attacked first, then Mr. Faraday, who died instantaneously, would have been unable to kill Mr. L. Therefore, Mr. L must have stabbed Mr. Faraday after he was shot. Then they both died. That is the only explanation that makes logical sense. Negating your opponent's ideas in order to prove your own theory. I see you've been studying, Francisca. I just wanted to explain it to you as simply as possible, before you foolishly propose a foolish theory that only a foolish fool like you could. How naive of you to believe that only your opinions are valid. I still expect to discover the truth that the crime scene offers you. Francisca, you've still got a ways to go. What are you talking about? Are you saying there's a flaw in my logic? Mr. Faraday died instantly, and the fact that he did is what gives rise to the contradiction in this scene. The contradiction here in this crime scene is... JP is saying body fall order. Any objections? If nobody says no, I'm just going to do the first thing people say to go through this a little faster. No objections? No objections. Let me get this straight. What you are arguing is this. Mr. Faraday took the gun from his evidence bag and shot Mr. Rel. Then, the wounded Mr. Rel found an opportunity to take the knife and strike back. Upon being stabbed, Mr. Faraday died on the spot, and Mr. Rel died thereafter. If that's the case, then how do you explain this? Take a good look at order in which their bodies are piled. So just for some background, Bakiri, this is Faraday, this is Rel, and before this trial, Mr. Rel was about to get accused of murder and admitted to it, and then claimed that the Yatagarasu is the one who told him to kill the man. And then he pointed out Faraday here as the Yatagarasu. He accused him as being the Yatagarasu. And then later on, we find both of them dead in a pile. No! Mr. Faraday's body is lying on top of Mr. Rell's. Therefore, Mr. Rell must have died before Mr. Faraday. Impossible! Yes, I agree that it seems strange no matter what angle you approach it from. Which means that the real mystery behind this crime scene that we must solve is... No! Not so fast, Miles Edgeworth! What now? I simply think that you ought to think a bit more outside the box. And that it is even clearer now that the incident started with Mr. Faraday's murderous intent. She sure bounced back quickly. An explanation won't be enough this time. It's gonna take some very decisive evidence to prove her wrong. What happened? Part 2. It was just chance that Mr. Faraday's body fell on top of Mr. Rell's. The two bodies fell into a pile, which indicates that they attacked each other at the same time. It really doesn't matter in the slightest that they fell in the opposite order. I just know that Francisca's explanation isn't absolutely correct. All I have to do is find a hole in her logic. Once I do, I can then present her with the evidence that proves the contradiction. I'm gonna take a very short break, chat. Gotta go to the bathroom, and I also want to get a donut. So I'll be right back. You guys can think about the case while I'm doing that. Maybe somebody get Bakiri up to speed as well. Okay, how's it going? We're doing okay, Oreo. If you want to get caught up, Oreo, JP's actually explaining it right now, which is great. Thanks for that, JP. Really appreciate it. Getting Bakiri up to speed. Why was he guarding the door? Because the defendant was in there. The defendant and the prosecutor were both together. So, of course, he's got to guard it. I just said we're doing okay. We're still only really at the beginning of it. Okay, it was just a chance that Mr. Faraday's body fell on top of Mr. Lel's. The two bodies fell into a pile, which indicates that they attacked each other at the same time. It really doesn't matter in the slightest that they fell in the opposite order. The fact that the order that they attacked each other in varies from the order they fell in doesn't cause a problem for me. However, there's definitely one certain aspect that I'm having trouble swallowing. Press 3.
Hold it!
What do you mean by they attacked each other at the same time? I'd assume Mr. Faraday had two different weapons in his hands. He made to attack Mr. L while holding both the knife and the revolver. And then, after Mr. Faraday fired the gun, Mr. L grabbed the knife as he was falling and stabbed Mr. Faraday. That is how Mr. L wound up on the bottom with Mr. Faraday on top. At close range, that is more than possible. Yes, it's possible, but... Well, if you have any other ideas, then show me what you've got. Oh, I will. And to that extent, I'd like for you to append what you just said to your testimony. I don't see any point to that, but as you please. The fact indicates that they attacked each other at the same time from close range. Okay, here's the gun, evidence handgun, JP. Found in Faraday's hand, bullet that killed Rel was fired from a few yards away. Any other evidence you guys would like me to check? JP wants to present the handgun on this statement.
Objection!
Oh wait, 1 second. Let me enable something. I hope this will look okay. 1 sec. You're gonna see dirtiness. Second. For starters, I think I can put the Actually, no, I think it looked better. It's kind of like reverse. 1 sec. That could be doing better. Maybe I just need to shine the light more on me. Yeah, there we go. That's a little better. Alright, but there's something here. I don't want to... I can do. Okay. That's all I wanted. And you're gone again? Aww. Just as it is written in the crime scene notes, the firing of the handgun did not leave a gut burn on Mr. Rel's clothes. I don't know. Therefore, Mr. Rel and the gun must have been separated by a distance of at least 2 or 3 yards. I love this song. Ah! Yes, this is by far the biggest contradiction. These two bodies piled up on top of each other, yet the gun was fired from a distance. And with there being no chance that Mr. Rel moved that far after being shot, That leaves only one possible explanation. What's a completely foolish line of foolish thought from a thoroughly foolish fool? I'm not right. Then who was it that made the first move with the intent to kill, huh? Who? The person who attacked first with murderous intent? That would be... Who attacked first with murderous intent, chat? Bakiri says neither. JP says Rel. We've got plenty of health. Don't be afraid. Let's go with Mr. Rel first, because JP spoke first. Mr. Rel, of course. You know, your foolishly foolish, foolhardy ideas making me feel just as foolish as you. The murder weapons used in this case were taken straight from Mr. Faraday's bag. The fact that Mr. Faraday had the items could be used to kill in his possession is something Mr. Rel wouldn't have known. No. She's right, of course. Mr. Rel wouldn't have known what was inside Mr. Faraday's bag. I have to rethink this carefully. A person attacked first, we're gonna say neither, what Bakiri said. Here in this room, contradictions appear no matter which man we claim attacked first. Thus, there can be only one explanation. There was a third person here. It was that third person who killed both Faraday and Mr. Rel, and set their bodies up to make it look like a double murder. That third person is the real culprit. Miles Edgeworth, there's this one thing you're missing. Evidence, correct? Exactly. Everything you've set up until now is nothing but a story played out in your head. However, this is where the real test begins. Can you prove that there was a third person involved in this crime? Of course. If a third person was truly here, that fact would resolve the glaring contradiction. The proof that this has all been a setup, made to look like they killed each other. I'll present it, and lay bare the final piece of the puzzle that's not yet in place. What is the piece of evidence that proves that there is a third person involved? Well, chat, what is it? Tell me. The faraway shot? We've already established that, but we need to prove that there's like a third person who's entered. What is about the pen in the plastic bag? Here's the pen. Fountain pen used by the left-handed Faraday. It looks like it has a quality nib. Don't think there's anything worth investigating here. Plastic bag. On the bag, strewn on the floor of number 2, has Faraday's blood on it. He returned. KG8 incident. There was a third person. That's what we're trying to prove right now, Wario. I think I know what to present here, and there's really not that much evidence. So, like, there should be only one piece of evidence here that kind of makes sense. But if you came here later, you might have missed when Edgeworth was talking about it. Here, the game here later. This is that very evidence. And exactly how is this related? Do you think you can explain it to me? Huh. There is no need for an explanation. Well, I have no idea how it's related. So can you please explain it to me? Yes, well, let me guess. You can't explain it, can you? How's it going, Dragon? Yeah! It would appear that I was wrong, but there's definitely a contradiction here. And it should resolve itself if there truly was a third person here. I just need to go over the evidence and my thoughts out again. What is the piece of evidence that proves there is a third person involved? Well, chat. JB now wants to present the handgun. I'll consider the vote as 2 right now. But yeah, I'm gonna be honest, the thing that I'm suspecting is information that we obtained during the investigation, and it is not plainly written out on any of this evidence. So you have to think back to the investigation. You're 2 out of the loop right now. There's a piece of evidence that seemed weird. Are you trial and erroring? There's only 8 pieces of evidence, and a lot of it's not relevant. Who's Faraday again? One of the victims. So there's 2 victims, Mackerel and Faraday. Faraday is one of the victims. It seems like you've all collectively forgot the investigation, and you know what? That's fine. Should I just tell you the answer? Who's dead man? He's a dead man. He was the murderer, the victim for the case, the trial that was ongoing before this. This blood here is from Mr. Faraday, but there are no other clues to be found. Which begs the question, do I need to put this bag inside another bag in order to preserve it as evidence? That's a good question. You know what? Noise has got a point. Fire Ninja, the reason he had the bags is because it holds evidence that he was presenting for the trial. That said, I will say, out of all of the evidence here, there is something about this bag. Because you guys don't seem to have remembered the investigation, I'll probably spell it out a little bit. There was a bunch of bags screwed all over the floor, but there was another set of bags just kind of stacked up neatly, which is weird. And then another thing that's weird is that only one bag has someone's blood on it, and it's only Faraday's. That's a lot of weird shit with this bag that is unexplained. That could possibly be, could not have happened if there wasn't 3 people in there. I'm spelling it out because you really did need to be paying attention to the investigation to clue into that kind of stuff.
Take that!
The gun in Mr. Faraday's hand and the plastic bag with his blood on it. These 2 items point to the presence of a third person. Okay, it looks like you could have presented the gun too, actually, from the way that he worded that. I think the gun would have worked too. Okay, good to know. I should have presented the gun when you asked for it, JP. We probably could have gotten it right all on its own. Wow. How so? Recall Detective Gumshoe's testimony. I was in the hallway the whole time, but I didn't hear a single peep of a struggle. If there wasn't a struggle in this room, then there shouldn't be any plastic bags on the ground, meaning that someone else must have deliberately scattered them around. Do you not see the possibility in this? Disregarding the gun for the moment, There's a high probability of blood splatter when a knife is used on a person. If the culprit held the knife with a plastic bag around it, they could use the bag to catch any blood splatter from when they withdrew the knife. Then, by spreading a few more plastic bags around, mixing the bloody one with them, and arranging the room to make it look like there was a struggle between the two, they were able to conceal their presence. Ah! Looks like we've still got a long way to go in this investigation. Yes.
Objection!
Who the fuck was that? You? What are you doing here? Why is the judge here? What the heck is up with you, pal? Mr. Pod, I advise you to place Detective Gumshoe under arrest. What? What's the meaning of this? Ha, looks like you're not man enough to discipline your own subordinates. Don't you dare. That detective claims he was there, standing in front of the door the entire time. But I have it on good authority that it was all a giant lie. Miss Yu, I ask you please explain that last statement. I'll let His Honor explain it himself. I saw it with my own eyes, I tell you! During the recess, there was a period of time when there was no one in the hallway. What? Gumshoe, have you lied to me? Gumshoe, have you lied to me? Have you lied to me? Don't do this to me, Gumshoe. I didn't think you were a murderer. See, Mr. Bad? So I ask you, why would a detective who was supposedly doing his job the whole time want to fabricate such a lie? Gumshoe, did you kill Faraday? No! Of course not, sir! It would appear that the one who has set this whole crime scene up is that detective, which basically renders his testimony a complete lie and wholly invalid. It looks like your perfect logic is tumbling down, Miles. I was in the hallway the whole time, but I didn't hear a single peep of a struggle. Was that statement really a lie? Detective Gumshoe, you're now a suspect in the murder of 2 men. Now spit out the truth or so help me. I haven't lied to anyone, sir. Honest. I really was really there. I was in the hallway the whole time.
Hold it!
Detective Bad, I ask that you please do not act without my permission. After all, I am the one that is heading up this investigation, am I not? Don't talk like you know what's going on, boy. Judge is pissed, is what I'm getting at. All I want for this investigation to run perfectly. Perfection is the only wish of a disciple of Von Kama, after all. Therefore, before you take Detective Gumshoe into custody, I'd like to set the record straight on something. And what's that? What should I ask Detective Gumshoe about? What are we asking him, chat? I don't think it matters which one we choose here. But is there a specific one you want me to ask first? I'm gonna go with the first thing I see. Why he wasn't in the hall? Detective Gumshoe, why were you missing from the hallway for a span of time? Look, pal, like I said, I was there the whole time, okay? But there is testimony against you that... Miles Edgeworth, why are you wasting our time with a completely useless question? The only logical reason as to why he was absent is that he was busy committing the crime. Anyone who says otherwise is a fool. Ugh. Maybe I should ask him about something else. What should I ask Detective Gumshoe about? State of the hallway? Detective Gumshoe, I take it that no one else was in the hallway at the time, correct? Huh? Oh, of course not, pal. You're being awfully defensive. Might you be hiding something from me? Watch your mouth, pal. You can't go around saying stuff like that about me without any evidence. Well, I suppose you're right. I have no evidence at this point. Mindless Sedgwick, how could you be losing a battle of wits with this detective? You're a disgrace. Ugh. Maybe I should ask him about something else. I suppose the one thing I'd like clarified is Detective Gumshoe's motive for committing this crime. Motive, huh? Gumshoe, you got a grudge against Faraday or anything? No, sir, not me, not a single bad thing against Mr. Faraday, sir. Is that a fact? Objection. You really have a problem with lying, don't you, Detective Gumshoe? I'm telling you, I am not lying. The more unnatural you act, the more suspicious you become, you know? If you want a motive, Edgeworth, I have one for you right here. Could you please share it with us? However, be forewarned that I won't hesitate to object to flights of fancy. Because all I'm interested in is the perfect explanation. Yeah, he's definitely not. You're serious, aren't you? Fine. You amuse me, so I'll humor you with a little courtroom practice. It was about a week ago. I saw the detective get shooed out by a livid Faraday in front of the precinct. He stood there super pale as Miss Faraday yelled, "That's a salary cut for you, you nitwit." A brand new detective suddenly getting his salary cut. That's reason enough for a grudge. Well, how's that for the perfect explanation? You totally misunderstand me, pal. No matter how mad I get, I can never hold a grudge. Quiet. We can't trust anything you say. Sir. There's nothing wrong with the motive she proposed, per se. But there are some gaps in her logic that need to be filled in. This is Yu's perfect explanation. May not be so perfect at all. Press everything? Can do!
Hold it!
A week ago? Then you and Detective Gumshoe are acquaintances? No way. I only met him in person today. Then how do you know about Detective Gumshoe? Oh, I've seen him around before. This was his first pay cut, Bakiri. This is right after he was promoted. Mr. Faraday was upset? Yeah. You know what else, Mr. Faraday? Mr. Faraday isn't exactly known to get angry often. But there he was, totally beat red in the face! And the offending detective just stood there, pale as a ghost, like he was about to die. Just like the face is missing now, right? Oh, I'm completely innocent, I tell you. The poor man. I wish I was... It was quite the scene with the detective. Me too, Noise. Although I'm pretty easily amused. He stood there, super pale, and his father yelled, "That's a salary cut for you, you nitwit."
Hold it!
You just stood there watching this unfold in front of you? Yeah, I have to say it was really enjoyable too. But that's why when I saw Detective Gumshoe earlier, I knew to stay clear of him. No way. I thought it was because I had something stuck on my face. You too! Huh? What? I got stuck on my face? He does too! That's actually funny. He does have something stuck on his face, chat. Let's start with your eyes, nose, mouth. Oh! And those ridiculous eyebrows. Huh? Oh man, messing with your head is just too much fun! Miss you, if you don't mind, I'd like to return your testimony for now. Sure, why not? A brand new detective. Oh, fuck.
Hold it!
To cut a new detective's salary right off the bat like that. I'm not really familiar with the way you guys relate, but is that a common practice? Speaking of cutting my salary, didn't you threaten to do that to me earlier too? I suppose I did. It's only natural to cut the worthless detective's salary down to their actual worth. My father could even fire anyone, new or old, with a snap of his fingers. Do you think maybe that's reason enough for detectives to hate you people? Well, I guess they really shouldn't cut people's pay. Detective bad. Don't tell me Mr. Von Karma cut your salary earlier. Damn, everyone's getting their salaries cut.
Hold it!
You call your explanation perfect. This is not to your liking? Unfortunately for you, it's just not up to my standards. Oh, is there something you want me to clarify in that case? What should I do? Should I raise an objection? Are we raising an objection, chat? Yes? Although, if you could clear this one thing up for me. How Miss Faraday was killed, motive for killing Mr. Rel, and Faraday and Gumshoe's relation. Which one should we ask about? Personally, I think there's a pretty obvious one here, but we'll see if chat picks up on it. Number 2. I understand Detective Gumshoe's potential motive for killing Mr. Faraday. However, what about his motive for killing Mr. Rel? His motive for killing Rel? Like I would know. If there was no clear motive for both of the murders, then I doubt this incident would have occurred. Wouldn't you agree? Is there anyone else who might have had a grudge against either of the two men? Or should we look into that ourselves? Oh, in that case, I have absolutely no idea. What? But that's impossible. She must know something. Wait. Can you please not glare at me like that? It makes me laugh. I didn't even do anything and you're already laughing away. Well, anyway, the way I see it, as long as he had a motive to kill one of the two, this crime would have played out in the way it did anyway. Oh? Would you care to explain your logic? This time, please try to provide a truly perfect explanation. Perfect this, perfect that. Stop being so uptight, or is that a request or trade for being a fun girl? Neither Sedgwick. I demand that you shut this rude woman up. I wish you both be quiet for just 1 second. Oh well, I guess I just have to explain it to you kids. Motive to kill the men. There's no one out there with a motive to kill both Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rel. All you really have to establish is that someone had a grudge against one of the two men. Mr. Rel, who happened to be there, became a witness to Mr. Faraday's murder. Therefore, he was killed out of necessity. It's set up to look like they have killed each other. I wonder if that's really true. Is there no one out there with a grudge against both men? I should take a hard look at the evidence for this morning's case. The second KG incident, as people are calling it, involving an embassy staff member, and the two men who both wound up as suspects in this case. Is there someone else I'm overlooking who is somehow related to them? Well, chat, unfortunately, if you missed the beginning of this case, you might have a hard time here. Here's the original incident. This is not the case that we're investigating right now. This was the original KB8 incident that happened 3 years ago from this current time. The prosecutor of the K8 incident, stabbed to death with a knife in lobby number 2. Cadopian embassy staff member was gowned down in front of the embassy by Rel. So this is the victim of the case that they were investigating beforehand. And now we have Mackerel. Embassy staff killing suspect. He was killed in lobby number 2 with a handgun. The Yatagarasu. Real identity is unknown, but the claims to be a noble thief infiltrated the emissary. A girl with a balloon. During the recess, she asked me to change some coins for her. Testifies no one was in the hallway for a short time. Callisto Yu. Lawyer of embassy staff killing defendant Rel. I was to battle her in court. So she's the defense attorney of the court case that was just happening. Eagle-Eyed Homicide Department was called to be the expert witness on the Yatagarasu case. Nick Gumshoe, new rookie detective at the Benedict. First crime scene, seems very enthusiastic. Manny Cochin, Kodopian emissary staff member. He was the suspect in the KG8 incident 3 years ago. And Francesca Vodkarma. Was the court case going for well for her and Rel? It was not. Rel basically confessed to the crime. And then outed, and then, although he confessed to the crime, he then said Brian Faraday is the Yatagarasu before everything was going. Because of that, Brian Faraday was taken off of the prosecution and was going to be replaced by Miles Edgeworth. Before that happened, though, Brian Faraday and Mackerel both died. And that's why we're no longer proceeding with the trial.
Hold it!
So there is no one else who might have a grudge against both Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rel. I suppose no one is a bit of a stretch, but I'm pretty sure no one like that was here in this courthouse today. She's lying through her teeth. We just saw someone like that here earlier. Besides, you don't need to prove that the killer had a grudge against both men. All you really have to establish is that someone had a grudge against one of the two men.
Hold it!
Someone with a grudge against one of the men. Yeah, Bakiri, he said he killed dead man because the Yatagarasu told him to. That's his argument. Whether that's true or not, we don't know, but his argument is that he was told by the Yatagarasu, who he claims is Brian Faraday, in his words, we have no confirmation of that he set him up for the crime. However, we also know that the the KG8 incident, according to Manfred von Karma, the suspects who died in both the KG8 incident, who is Seiseyu, was the victim in the K8 incident, and the victim of the current incident, Dead Man, were both set up to be like witnesses towards the smuggling ring. So it's very much implied that they were silenced for potentially speaking out against the smuggling ring that was brought up in previous cases. Sure, after all, who doesn't garner scorn from another simply by being alive? But the only one who held a grudge and acted upon it by killing was Detective Gumshoe. Furthermore, Mr. Rel, who happened to be there, became a witness to Mr. Faraday's earnings. And this guy was suspect. The Manny Konshin, who showed up earlier, he was the suspect for killing Seiseyu 3 years ago, but he was found not guilty. Anyway, chat, I'm sorry to do this to you guys, but I gotta go to the bathroom again. It's like, I was planning to just like hopefully hold it in, but I can't. So you guys think it over, and I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. What did I miss? What are you guys thinking? Oh, you want me to review the statements? Oh, whoops. I can do that. I have to admit, her explanation makes sense. However, there's also something she overlooked in her testimony. I should present that piece of evidence and see if I can't make her see the truth. Hi, Pixel. Also, thanks for the raid, Pixel. I appreciate it. Okay, so we got, there's no one out there with a motive to kill both Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rel. All you really have to establish is that someone had a grudge against one of the two men. Mr. Rel, who happened to be there, became a witness to Mr. Faraday's murder. Therefore, he was killed out of necessity and set up to look like they had both killed each other. I agree, Pixel. They're great. They're wonderful. I had a lot of trouble with them, actually. You think the first? What do you want me to present on the first one? Miss you, I believe there is someone you overlooked in making your statement. Or rather, is it because you'd rather not bring this person up? What do you mean? We are looking for someone with a reason to kill both Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rel. I can think of at least one person that fits that bill. He was a suspect in the original KG-8 incident, and a member of the Kodopian emissary staff, Mr. Manny Koshin. That's right, the very man who came to visit you earlier out in the hallway. The man who killed a member of the Kodopian emissary staff, Mr. Rel, and the man who was the lead prosecutor of the KG-8 incident, Mr. Faraday. Are you telling me that Mr. Kojin has no reason at all to kill both of these men? Well, I suppose he might have a reason or two. You covered for me, pal! Maybe you're not such a bad guy after all. And thus the obsession begins, chat. Don't get ahead of yourself. You're still a suspect, make no mistake about that. The perfect evidence, the perfect testimony, these are only the things I wish to hold. But I didn't do it! You will stay under my authority and go investigate Mr. Manny Kochin for me. Oh, whoops. And remember, I will not be very forgiving should any of this leak out. You want to investigate Kochin? You'd just be wasting your time. And why is that? Kochin was up in the viewing gallery, watching the trial. Or so I was told. Every cop in this place has been keeping an eye on the guy since he arrived. Then the only real suspect we have is still Detective Gumshoe. I suppose so. No way. Come on, Detective Bad. You gotta believe me, sir. I really was in the hallway the whole time, sir. I never took a single step into this room, sir. Okay, then are you saying there was someone else who passed through the hallway? No, there was no one else, sir. Then why should I believe you didn't do it? That is one incredibly foolish detective. Standing right in front of a crime scene all by himself. It's as good as a confession of guilt. I have to admit it's a bit strange. Most criminals will fabricate some sort of lie to escape their crimes. And if that detective really wanted to prove that he is innocent, you'd think he would at the very least offer up, I spaced out while on duty, or the like. Come on, Gumshoe, time for your interrogation. Detective Bad. Miles Edward, I'll go on ahead and report this to Papa. And that is as they say, is that, right everyone? Oh, the judge. Well, I suppose we should both be getting back to our real jobs now, huh? Before we do, Miss Yu, there's something I'd like to speak to you about. What is it? So, what did you want to ask me about? The current case of the murdered Coptopian emissary staff member. I've heard that people have begun calling it the second KG-8 incident. Only among you law enforcement types. And what about it? I'd like for you to tell me everything you know about the original KG-8 incident. I'm afraid I can't help you. I don't know anything beyond what was reported in the papers. No, I believe you know much more, since you are directly tied to the KG-8 incident. I'd appreciate if you stopped the false accusations. Baseless outbursts are useless both inside and outside the courtroom, don't you know? I do, but I also know that I do have a leg to stand on here. Think you can stop making that ultra-serious face in front of me? Duh, if you could please stop laughing for just 1 second. I'm not going to make any headway like this. I'm just going to have to show her exactly how related to the KG-8 incident she is. So how related is she, chat? Gee, I wonder. Maybe it's because she knew the victim. Miss you. I believe that I have proof of your connection to the KG-8 incident. That file is your proof? Very well, then. Why don't you tell me exactly how I'm related? The victim! Your connection to the KG-8 incident is through the victim. The victim's name is Seseyu. You will note that she has the same last name as you. Can you really still tell me with a straight face that you are not related to this case? Sorry, but we're not related. Whoa! Just kidding. You asked that question with such a serious look on your face that I couldn't help but... Miss you. I ask that you please tell me the truth. Ahem. Alright, I'll tell you everything I know. As you guessed, the one who reported the smuggling activities of the Amano group was my sister, Seseyu. As I thought. And she was killed right before she was to testify at the impending trial. By Manny Koshin. But because he was tried once and was acquitted, he gets to live the rest of his cushy life completely carefree. All because of a lack of evidence. No, I heard that the evidence to convict him did exist. What? I heard it from Mr. Faraday himself after Mr. Kochin's trial was over. Apparently, a man in black made off with the most important piece of evidence. Then the evidence had been tampered with? Isn't it just like a criminal to do something like that? The smuggling ring being run out of the Amano group by one of its secretaries. They bailed Mr. Kochin out. Turns out they were in league with one another. How big was that smuggling ring? Was it a large operation? I don't really know. Which is why I wanted to become the lead defense on this case that people are calling the second KG-8 incident. But I haven't learned anything new at all. I was probably expecting too much, I know. You mean to think that this case has nothing to do with the smuggling ring? I don't know what to think. Why did Mr. Kochin want to meet with you earlier? Actually, he came to watch the trial. Apparently, he only found out that I was the defense lawyer on this case after he arrived. He figured he should say hi, and one other thing. Looks like you couldn't resolve anything this time either. Too bad. What's that supposed to mean? Wow, that's a threat. Oh boy, stop it with the scary face already. I'm fine, really. I gave him a good slap across the face. The way she talks about slapping him as she laughs away is kind of creepy. But it's just as Mr. Bad said. He's not related to the double murder. I asked around and people in the gallery claimed that he was in his seat the entire time. Talk about cruel fate. Well, this is about all I know. Sorry. Guess I wasn't much help, huh? That's not true. I'm sorry I made you recall such a painful time in your life. Edgeworth, you really are too serious for your own good. You really need to learn to relax. We wouldn't want you to die of stress, would we? Thank you for the advice, but there's no need to worry. I work in my own way, and I will catch this criminal in my own way as well. You'll see. Look at you with your game face on, ready to go. I'm making no such face. Did you know laughter is the best medicine, Edgeworth? Don't you get tired of making such serious face all the time? I'm charged with making sure that all the criminals of this world are found guilty. I have no need for laughter. There you go, making that face again. Oh well. I've got to get going. I still have a few loose ends I need to tie up. I think that exists. Someone else said that, yeah. Or was that you, Bakiri, who said that? The KG-8 incident in this murder investigation. It is my belief that these two cases are related to each other somehow. Plus that detective, Detective Gumshoe. It's obvious he's lying, even though the lie is hurting his chances. Clearly this case is far from over. But whether or not the detective is the murderer can only be determined once I've completed my perfect investigation. Mr. Von Karma, I swear to uphold your honorable name, or my name isn't Miles Edgeworth. To be continued. Hi, Meme. How are you? Somebody broke the water fountain. Sir, what is to become of the trial in the Cadopian emissary staff member's murder? Indeed, since both the suspect and the prosecutor are now dead, the case will be dismissed. In other words, the trial ends here prematurely. Ha, looks like you won't have to wait just a bit longer for your big debut. I actually don't, like, it's like an Unusi or something like that. Something like that. The evidence for this trial will be transferred to you in a little while. Sir, what do you think about the murder of the Cadopian emissary staff member and the murders of Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rell? What an outrageous circus it has all become. Yeah, he is. That Faraday brought it up. Oh, whoops. I skipped by that a bit too fast. 1 second. That Faraday brought it upon himself with his naivete. An outrageous circus. Right, sir. I'll grow weary of this topic. Edgeworth, I will have you assigned to a different case. Papa, you'll come and watch my courtroom debut next, won't you? I'll consider it. Sir, if I may please, allow me to continue with my investigation. Whatever for? I know that there is already a suspect in the murder of Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rell. However, there's not enough evidence to prove that he was he who committed the crime. I'd like to continue investigating in order to find the perfect proof of his guilt. The perfect proof. Don't make me laugh. A worthless person like you has no right to claim such a thing as perfection. Papa? Who do you think is the real culprit behind these murders? Miles and I, we're competing to see who can find the real killer first. Plus, being able to investigate the real crime scene is a really rare opportunity. It would give us some real-life experience, wouldn't you agree? If you want to investigate this case that much, then do as you wish. Then, you're allowing us to continue? In court, your top priority is to win, and a solid investigation is one of the keys to winning. We have to make sure you become recognized as a first-rate prosecutor, don't we? It wouldn't be very interesting otherwise. I'm returning home now. Edgeworth, Francisca, see to it that I'm not disturbed. save for the results of your completion. Yes, sir. Great. No, I'm pretty sure they don't, Steve-ish. I have a problem. And the problem is that it's impossible for me to do normal things you would expect because of this. You understand me, chat? Do you understand me, chat? It's a problem. Okay? But that's okay. I just live with it. Francisca, thank you. What are you thanking me for? Your logic earlier was built on that scruffy detective's lie. That means that the competition is still on. Yes, just as you wished. I couldn't let you get off so easily. Let us see how well you fare on the investigation from here, Mila Zedgeworth. I don't have enough information yet. So my first order of business will be to question anyone involved with this case. It wasn't me, I tell you. I didn't do anything wrong. Yes, I understand. So let's just calm down, okay, buddy? I doubt I'll get anything useful from the detective while he's this agitated. Miss you. Oh, it's you, Edgeworth. And who are you? Wait, you were at the crime scene just now, weren't you? You shouldn't be disbarred for not knowing who I am. I am Francisca von Tama, and I'm about to become the successor to the family name. About to? I guess that means for now, you're still just another kid. In which case, it's only natural that I didn't know who you were. What? Why are you whipping me? Anyway, it looks like they're planning to hold the evidence a bit longer. If there's one thing I can't stand, it's waiting. I'm terribly sorry, but I have a few more questions to ask of you. Look at you, eyebrows scrunched with lines on your forehead. And that to ask of you? What exactly is so funny? Hi, Cider. Sorry, I'm just bad at dealing with a super serious atmosphere. Apparently they failed to teach you proper behavior at a crime scene in law school. You feel much better now. So what does you want to talk about? I'd like to inquire as to where you were at the time of the murder. We were in defendant lobby number 1 the whole time until we heard a gunshot. And by we, I mean Mr. Bad. If you don't believe me, feel free to ask him yourself. You were with Detective Bad? Why? We had a little something to discuss. That's all. So I take it that you were acquaintances with Detective Bad. Yes, he was the detective in charge of the KG-8 incident. Detective Bad is also related to that incident. That's right, he was the one who was supposed to protect my sister, Sisse. But you know how that turned out, don't you, Edgeworth? Miles Edgeworth, I have no idea what you two are talking about. I've heard of the KG-8 incident from my papa. But how does that case relate to you, Mr. Yu? The victim of that case, Sisse Yu, was my little sister. Yeah, we do. As I said, this is a clown show, dude. Ace Attorney's a fucking clown show. You're making that super serious face again. I'm fine, really. I just make it a point to rub some more salt in his wounded pride every time I see him. The way she talks about doing that as she laughs away is kind of creepy. Oh, speaking of Mr. Bad, he and Faraday. I'd say they met up just about every single time the Yatagarasu made a move. It was practically a given that the two would meet up at every one of the crime scenes. I see. He did mention that he's in charge of the Yatagarasu investigation earlier. Maybe I should ask her what she knows about the Yatagarasu in more detail. Hi, Korban. Yeah, I do too. You claim that at the time of the murder, you were with Detective Bad. But don't you lawyers usually discuss the trial with your clients during a recess? We do, and that's what I was planning to do. But Mr. Faraday was being rather threatening, and he dragged Mr. Rell away. After that, Mr. Bad came into lobby number 1, so we just stayed there and talked. And what did you talk with Detective Bad about? Nothing interesting. I just insulted him some. Talking about how the trial was going, and then I insulted him some more. When is she not laughing? Her mouth seemingly spews nothing but insults. Anyway, Mr. Bad and I were the defendant's lobby number 1 when the murders occurred. That has nothing to do with this and more to do with the tracking. Give me a second. It's just the light probably not hitting me correctly. Okay, it should be a little better now, maybe. I don't know. I see. I'd like to ask you a few questions about your client, Mr. Mackerel. Now, your client first claimed to be the Yatagarasu. Is that correct? Yeah. Once I heard that it was the Yatagarasu that had made off with the evidence from KG8, I began to ask Mr. Rel all sorts of questions, but to no avail. Turns out Mr. Rel was not the Yatagarasu. He just made that up. He made it up? Mr. Rel's crime was caught on tape by the security cameras, but there is no footage of him sneaking into the Godopian emissary itself. Hold on for just a second! Then you mean to say that you knew that he was not the real Yatagarasu? And that he was just another cold-blooded killer, and you were ready to defend him? Yes, that's right. I see. So a defense lawyer is actually just someone whose job it is to cover for criminals. Ah, this is back when Edgeworth was a little baby man. A little booby baby man. That is why defense lawyers are so detestable, but they are no match for us fun commas. They're even weirder now? Fucking hell. They look fine whenever I look over, that's the problem. Honestly, it might just be the linking that's fucking it up. One sec. I don't think my, no, that's the wrong one. It's good enough for the individual eyes. That's fine, though. We'll just do that. Should be better now. I don't believe it! You're serious! Why don't you save that face for something worth being serious about? Yeah, that was what I literally just changed, Stevish. It was set up to do individually, but I don't think my lighting is good enough for that. I'm still on the hunt for leads regarding the KG8 incident, alright? And for that, you have not a single qualm about defending a known killer? Don't put words in my mouth. I said no such thing. The only way I had to get close to Mr. Well was to be his lawyer. I had no intention of covering for him. Ever. Thanks, Meme. So don't you dare suggest I was going to. I'm sorry. Forgive my rashness. Miss Yu, I was wondering if you could tell me about the Yatagarasu. The Yatagarasu, huh? I don't really know much about that character myself. But I do get a lot of consultation requests from companies to defend them. Requests from companies? The Yatagarasu isn't some petty thief out for money, you know? Huh. Alright then, perhaps the Yatagarasu's in the business of stealing people's lives. You're not very funny or witty, are you, little Miss Von Karma? Francisca, be careful about who you whip. Choose carefully or may be sued by... There, I chose carefully, just like you wanted. That's just how it was hilarious, little Missy. Of course it was. What is wrong with these two women? Why does my pain give them delight? And so in the end, what is the Yatagarasu? I have to say, I never even heard of this thief when I was in Germany. The Yatagarasu deals in information. Namely, in digging out the dirt about backroom dealings and the likes of companies. The Yatagarasu is a vigilante who steals such info and then makes it public for all to see. Vigilante or not, this person sounds like just another criminal to me. They're bonding over abusing Edward. I suppose you can put it that way too. But either way, I get a lot more clients now thanks to that thief. Sounds like Miss Yu is profiting nicely. I suppose I've gotten all I can out of Miss Yu. I should move on and speak with Detective Gumshoe now. Detective Gumshoe. Hey, it's you, pal. You're here. Youch! As am I. I don't think you needed to whip him to let him know that. I didn't do it, pal! I swear on my honor as a detective, I really didn't! Your words are useless. I place my trust only in the evidence, detective. Once the investigation is fully over, and should we find out that you are the killer, there will be no mercy to be had for you. Have a heart, pal. But you're not worried, right? After all, you have nothing to worry about if you really are innocent, that is. That's right! Hey, pal, go and do your perfect investigation to get the real killer for me, will you? I would have done so even had you not requested me to do so, detective. So you and Mr. Faraday had a small meeting last week, did you? And what exactly did you do to make him so angry? I just asked Detective Bad the same thing myself, pal. Turns out he was mad at me because on my very first day as a detective, I reported in my usual post instead of the Criminal Affairs Department. By the time I got down to Criminal Affairs, I was really, really late. And that's when he gave me that huge speech. I remember doing the exact same thing in elementary school. On the first day of school every year, I always wind up going to my old classroom. How pathetic for the detective to be comparable to a mere school child. Oof. Relatable, though. Who here has been there? You get promoted or get promoted to a new spot and you accidentally go to your old spot. Who's been there before? Raise your hand. As a kid, I've definitely done it. As an adult, not so much, but as a kid, I've totally done it. You claim to be standing guard in front of the door to lobby number 2 during the recess. However, when did you receive the order to do so, and from whom? Earlier around 3:20 and from Detective Bad, pal. Today's trial took a really crazy turn. Don't get promoted. You've driven to the wrong workplace once. It doesn't have to be a promotion. It could just be you're used to doing something and then you go and accidentally do the old thing again. And nothing happened to Miss Faraday. And yet something did happen to him, correct? It looks like it was a total waste of manpower to assign you to guard duty. Ow! Your words sting worse than your whip. Ow. So it's Detective Bad who ordered him to stand guard, huh? Now then, Detective Gumshoe. Is there anything else you'd like to tell me? Nope, not a thing, pal. In that case, allow us to take a look at what you are carrying on your personage. Ah! Wait! You can't do that! There's nothing of any particular value here. Well, my handcuffs and my badge were confiscated by Detective Bad, so you know. And what is that open envelope I see sticking out of your coat pocket? Ah, hands off, pal! Just show it to us already! Different game where set inputs aren't applicable? Yeah, I've done that too before. Annual bonus check within. $5 total. $5?! Gumshoe is getting scammed, dude. This poor man. There's no check inside. You've had your look. Now give it back, pal. It's my first bonus as a brand new detective. I just got it and cashed it today. I had literally no cash on me up until I did, you know. That envelope is really special to me. Now give it back! You don't need rubbish like this. Don't worry, we'll throw it away for you later. How could you? Why is this important? How does Gumshoe survive on a bonus of $5 fucking? I'm sorry, but I need to take him in for questioning now. I think I've asked him just about everything I needed to. No, wait, since he became a suspect, there's one piece of evidence I should reconfirm. Officer, I ask that you wait a second. I still have one thing I'd like to reconfirm with Detective Gumshoe. Understood, but please make it brief, sir. I want to hear it from the horse's mouth. I must confirm whether or not his testimony about when the crime occurred is the truth. You told me earlier that you heard no sound other than the gunshot out in the hallway. Is that correct? No mistake about it, pal. Then you are also claiming that no one passed through the hallway either. Is that also correct? Yup, not even a single ant passed through the hall while I was on duty. You do realize that the lie you're telling is only making life more difficult for yourself. Huh? Oh. But it's true! I didn't see anyone go through the hallway, and I didn't hear anything else, pal. I bet the killer found a way to kill the Kujais that's beyond what I can even imagine. So he intends to continue telling this ridiculous lie. But why would he do so, given the situation he's in? I believe a thorough investigation of the hallway in front of the defendant's lobbies is in order. Ah! You! No! K, you bitch! What the f- How could you have not noticed that coming? Fucking K just comes up and kicks me in the ass. His ass, K! Hi, Cactus. Wasn't that the child I changed money for earlier? Thanks! That's exactly what I needed. She was a jerk. Kids can sometimes be so cruel. It looks like she dropped something. A Swiss roll dropped by the mysterious young girl. Says courthouse special on it. Why the fuck do they have courthouse special rolls? Why is that a thing? Have you ever been to a courthouse that has a special variety of Swiss rolls? Eat it? No. It's clearly evidence. Somehow. Maybe we should arrest the girl. She might turn out to be a valuable lead. Said just get long. You need snacks? True. I believe some sort of punishment may need to be dealt with the next time we meet. So much of this world. That is true. It's one of those things where it's like, if you have a game that's based off a thing, then your entire world surrounds it in like every possible way. Then again, it could also be that we're just focusing on the characters that happen to be entwined with the law. To Detective Blood and the judge, we have to confirm who's correct, the judge or that scruff face, right? I suppose we should investigate the hallway in front of lobby number 2 next then. I suppose so. Shall we head on over, Francisca? They got courthouse specials. Hot dogs, beef jerky, ham sandwich, orange juice, milk, and Swiss rolls. Can we talk about how expensive they are? Bro, this is an old game too, when inflation wasn't stupid. That's stupid ass prices. So, did you see anything else? What the fuck is the price? I know, right? It's outrageous. Trail of ant going through the windows? Looks like it, yeah. No, I don't think so. I see. Well, thanks for your cooperation. Oh, it's nothing. Just doing my duty as a defender of the law. That'll be all for now. I'll ask again if I have any other questions. Anytime, detective. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a few loose ends I have to tie up. Oh, you're that new prosecutor Mr. Von Karma recommended, right? My name is Miles Edgeworth, Your Honor. And I'm Manfred Von Kamma. Daughter, Francisca Von Kamma. I'm set to become the successor to my genius father any day now, Your Honor. I see, Mr. New Prosecutor recommended by Von Karma. Ah! I bit my tongue. Are you alright, Your Honor? Please feel free to refer to me as just Miss Von Kamma, Your Honor. As for him, just Edgeworth is fine. Apparently somebody feels that I'm worthy of that proper title. Oh, very well then. I shall call you Miss Von Karma and Miss Prosecutor Edgeworth. Your Honor, Mr. Edgeworth is fine, sir. Now, about your earlier testimony. Insane for when the game was made? That's what I mean. They're insane for when the game was made. Yes, what about it, Mr. Edgeworth? I'd like to ask you a few questions about it. What exactly you saw? Alright, after all, it's my duty to clarify my testimony as a defender of the law. I greatly appreciate your cooperation, Your Honor. Now, the first thing I will need to do is figure out that detective's exact movements. The ants are hard at work carrying their food home. It's a marvel that they can pick up such comparatively large objects to their size. But if you want to carry the mighty Von Kama's name and not be squished under it, you better work extra hard, just like these ants. The same goes for you, Francisca. What is this? It's a pink-colored piece of trash made of rubber. I feel like I've seen something like this before. But all I see is a piece of garbage. But you know, the fact that there's a litter running around loose inside this courthouse is simply unforgivable. Ah! It's not like it was I who littered. Rubbish belongs in our rubbish bin. Yeah. I can look outside, however I doubt the killer could have escaped through here. Of course not. This is the 3rd floor after all. It appears that bars were installed on this to prevent people from falling out. Bars? What bars? Can you not see them from your vantage point? She's too small! What? I must remember not to bring up that taboo subject again. She's too tiny, chat. Wait, it's letting me... It says there's something... Oh, okay, there we go. What are these black speckles? I believe it's a pile of ants eating away. Oh, that detective. He claims that not a single ant slipped by him. And yet there's a whole hill of them! Gah! What are you hitting me for? As a replacement for that pathetic detective. Ugh. Perhaps I should add this deduction to the detective's growing tab of pay cuts. Anyway, I wonder what the ants are eating. The look and sweet smell of it. Pieces of cake and chocolate from a Swiss roll. Yeah, it's pretty. It is. Fire Ninja. Hi, Debundus. Miles Edgeworth, the courthouse is to be kept pristine at all times. Ugh. It wasn't me that dropped the food on the ground. The courthouse must be kept clean. No. The dirt on this bench, it smells like some sort of sweet substance. I can't believe there's someone going around dirtying the courthouse. For shame. Calm down, Francisca. Now take a good look. Doesn't this smudge look kind of like a handprint to you? I suppose it could be. Which means that perhaps we could lift the print of the person who sullied this bench. I see, and then we'll know the identity of our mysterious slob. You there, the lab technician. Could you please find out who this handprint belongs to? Sir, yes, sir. I've got the results of the fingerprint analysis, sir. Do we know who they belong to? Sir, the fingers belong to Detective Gumshoe. Oh, interesting. Good work, officer. And there you have it. Yes, I suppose so. Now we know the identity of the person who dirtied the bench. I sense that you and I will be using this information in very different ways. He got his $5 and spent them on sweet rolls. Ants are pouring out of the hole in this bench as well. I wonder if the inside of this bench consists of nothing but ants? Don't you dare continue with that close line of thought! Ugh, I'm sorry. Ugh. What's the matter? I pricked myself on one of these cactus's needles. I didn't think the needles on this thing would be so sharp. Well, what did you expect? Can you imagine how bad it would be if you were hit on the head by one of these? Anyway, this cactus seems to be unrelated to our case. Do you really think so? Because I believe that this cactus sitting on this windowsill is completely related. Potted cactus sitting on the hallway window's windowsill. Its needles are dangerous. Oh, well then I look forward to an explanation on how exactly it's related. When Edra says this, it means there's nothing else you need to get here. It would appear that this vending machine sells snacks and various other foods. Just lovely. What will they think of next? Don't be a jerk and quite like these beef jerks. 1 packet for $9. Defendant's fresh milk. 1/2 pint for $7. Stay neutral as the Swiss do until the end with these. For $6. They're awfully overpriced. The lineup is simply awful. Period. Speaking of snacks, I wonder if that Swiss roll the little girl dropped is from this machine. I was wondering about that myself. Stay neutral as a Swiss do until the end with these. The end of what? Well, I assume it means the end of the trial. I suppose that means one should eat these during a recess? You can't eat during a trial, I suppose the only time you can eat them is now, huh? Mind if you want to eat one now, as they come in packs of 2 after all. With a bit of an investigation. Besides, I don't have $6 on me. If you want, we can pool our money and buy a pack together. If I have to split it with you, then I don't want it. Fast foods and milk. Okay, there's nothing important here. Okay. It doesn't look like there's anything contradictory left in this area. I suppose not. Perhaps I should check somewhere else. Your Honor, I'd like to ask you a few questions if you don't mind. Where were you at the time of the murder? You suspect me of something? No, nothing of the sort, Your Honor. Very well, you may continue with your testimony. Your Honor, it's your testimony I'm after. Oh! I had no idea you were chasing after me or my testimony. I'm beginning to sense that I might want to avoid being in a trial run by this judge. Edgeworth, I've got bad news for you, buddy. Edgeworth, I've got really bad news for you, buddy. Edgeworth, like, the worst news. Let's see here. Now then, how should I put this? When you get to be my age, you need to pay more frequent visits to the restroom. If you go take a look through the window at the end of this hall, you'll see a small window. That is the window to the men's restroom. In other words, you can see clearly into this hallway from the men's restroom. Is it always the same judge? Yes, it is, Noise. There's like one time where it's a different judge. Steven, shut the fuck up. When I was going into the restroom, that Detective Gumshoe, is it? Well, he was standing in front of the vending machines buying something from it. However, and this I couldn't believe, when I was about to exit the restroom, there was not a soul in the hallway anymore. Your Honor, if you could please calm down and explain it to me. He was just sitting down! I don't even fucking... Whatever. Oh, I'm really sorry. Please let me regain my composure. It was really suspicious. That's what my finely honed judge's intuition said. Although, well, until the murders occurred, I just sort of brushed it off. Ho ho ho. Apparently this judge doesn't understand the concept of staying calm. The restroom window, huh? I wondered if you could really see the men's bathroom window from the one over there. You can. I'm looking at it right now. I demand that you show me this view at once. I suspect that her height is what's limiting her ability to see. That's probably all I'm going to find out from His Honor. Mr. Edgeworth, may I return to my other duties now? Yes, I'm sorry I had to hold you up. Thank you for your cooperation, Your Honor. Oh, anytime, Mr. Edgeworth, anytime. But Kiri, let's not. The judges in this country seem rather friendly. Yes, if not a little wishy-washy. However, I hear that they are known to hand down very fair verdicts. We got lobby number 2 window, pink piece of trash, window still cactus, vending machine, and Swiss roll crumbs. What are we logicking together, chat? These bits of chocolate and cake, could they not have come from a Swiss roll? A Swiss roll? Why would a quarter sell a thing like that? It may not seem like the right venue. However, it is being sold right over there. The vending machine? Ah, I see. Stay neutral as the Swiss do it till the end with these. 2 for $6! Talk about expensive! Even the fact that it's on the expensive side aside, the fact that the cake crumbs and chocolate bits were found in this hallway suggests that they came from a Swiss roll that was purchased from this machine. Akiri says cactus and pink next. It happened here now. Naturally. After all, I'm here, aren't I? Detective Gumshoe must have sat on this bench as he ate a sweet roll. And as he ate, he dropped it on the floor and sullied the bench. Ugh, how could he have not cleaned up after himself? How utterly despicable! I noticed where you can't see him from. So yeah, he was there the whole time. Okay. Don't you dare whip me again. It wasn't I who made the mess in the first place. Anyway, if it was indeed Detective Gumshoe who bought the Swiss roll, that creates a rather interesting contradiction of facts. A contradiction? Where? I think under the look of the special courthouse vending machine is in order. What's the contradiction, chat? We should know what the contradiction is. Lost half his net worth to that drop roll. Although I should probably do this, put it on the 6 right on. So what am I presenting here, chat? The bonus pay, yep.
Eureka!
About Detective Gumshoe's finances. He said that until this morning, he didn't have even a single penny on his personage. Just how poor is that guy? If his bonus really was only worth $5, then he should not have been able to purchase a pack of Swiss rolls. Like, how does he have no money? How is he a detective and he only has $5 to his name? Like, what the fuck? Like, what the They can't possibly be paying him that badly, can they? Poor Gumshoe, man. He hasn't gotten his first paycheck. It's still fucked up, dude. No, but he got promoted. So he should have money from his old fucking job. However, facts being as they are, we found cake crumbs on the floor. Meaning Scruffy must have bought a pack somehow. Indeed. That detective should not have been able to purchase a pack, and yet he did. The question is, how? Bakiri told me to do this, so we're doing it. This pink rubbery substance. I saw this in a different form earlier today. I believe this is a piece of a popped balloon. I suppose that's possible. The balloon probably got a little too close to our friend, the windowsill cactus. That would be the logical conclusion, yes. Sorry, Ori, you definitely 110% missed Kay holding the balloon at the beginning of this trial. Basically, the main thing that we're deducing there is Kay was here. Kay was in this hallway because remnants of her balloon were here. So Kay must have been in this hallway at some point. Detective Bad, I have something I wish to inquire about. Okay. Kay Faraday. I don't know what the pun there is. Hey, how about doing some actual work, you? I wish to inquire into Detective Gumshoe's movements during the recess. You're getting in the way of the investigation. I have an order from Mr. Von Karma himself. Plus, I still hold investigative authority. So I hear you were the one who called for Detective Gumshoe to come down here. Faraday. That guy was just accused, you know? I just knew something was gonna happen. My detective's instinct told me. A lot of good it did you. You couldn't even protect one lone prosecutor with it.
Hold it!
They're just both staring at each other. Francisca, I think you need to apologize. Ugh, I'm sorry. I'm terribly sorry, Detective Pad. Please continue. I used the phone on the first floor and called the precinct. I told them to send somebody over. And that detective's the one they showed up. And only upon its arrival did you set Detective Gumshoe to stand guard, Detective Bad? Yeah, I waited for him on the first floor. After he got here, we came up to these defendant lobbies together. As we entered this hallway, we ran into you. She told us that Faraday was really mad, and that he dragged Rel off to lobby number 2 to have a word or something. And that Faraday had said to not let anyone interrupt them. So what choice did I have? All I could do was tell the big lug to stand guard outside. And around what time did all of this take place? Let's see. I think it was about 30 minutes before I heard the gunshot. After giving the big lug his assignment, he never left the hallway. Not once. Oh, and how can you make such a claim? One of the guards out in this floor's main lobby swore to me he didn't. If the detective never left the hallway, then where does he disappear off to? That's simple. He must have gone into lobby number 2 just as I suspected. You and I, we were in lobby number 1 next door. The only one without an alibi is Gumshoe. It would seem that I am still missing some key pieces of information. This has been bad. You also heard the gunshot, did you not? Yeah. I heard it when I was in defendant lobby number 1. That's why I came running towards lobby number 2 together with you. How much time elapsed between you hearing the gunshot and your arrival on the scene? Less than a minute. What were your movements upon hearing the gunshot? I grabbed the big lug who was just walking around in the hall and raced into lobby number 2. And that's when we discovered the bodies. In that order. That makes you the discoverer of the crime scene, right? Yeah, I guess it does, little miss. I'm about to become a prosecutor very soon. You will treat me with the dignity I deserve or else. You wave that thing around anymore, and I'll have you arrested for obstruction, little miss. You wouldn't dare! Just joking. No! That's a pad is really something if you make Francisca behave. Are we about done? At least somebody stood up to her? I know, right? Is there anything else I should ask him about? What else should I ask him about, chat? Place he heard? Good or bad? Where were you when you heard the gunshot? How many times are you going to ask that? I was in defendant lobby number 1 when I heard the gunshot. It's exactly the same as what he said earlier when I asked. Now get out of here. You're getting in the way. I'm not through questioning you yet. Where is that situation, so... I'd like to know a little bit more about the circumstances under which you heard the gunshot. Like I said, I was in lobby number 1 with you. I have nothing else to add. Well, his testimony certainly corroborates what Mr. Yu said. Midas, you already asked him about that, remember? I suppose I should ask about something else. I'd like for you to tell me the exact time you heard the gunshot. It was around the end of recess and the trial was about to start again. I think. He was supposed to make time for himself to transfer the evidence he was holding. But I got the sense he wasn't going to show for the handoff. So I figured I should go get him, or he'd be late. And just as I thought that, bang, the sound of a gunshot hit my eardrums. So he heard the gunshot right before the trial was about to restart. Are we done here? I don't have any time to waste. Hold it! Oh, come on, all you're doing is standing in front of this door doing nothing. I get the sense that he's somewhat investigating this crime scene. Or rather, that he's keeping us under surveillance. But to what end? Such a bad. May I ask that you cooperate with us for just a bit longer? I don't have anything else to say to the two of you. You guys were the ones who said you wanted to investigate in the first place. Fine then, be obstinate. We'll do as we please. Come on, Miles. You may no longer be willing to help us. However, may I ask for the forensic scientist cooperation? Do as you like. I got my health back. If I believe I have a very firm grasp on what happened here. Well, I do too. Alright, Francisca. Would you care to share what conclusions you've come to? Why should I do that? We're still in the middle of a competition, you know? We should be checking to see if her conclusions are wrong first. So you should go ahead. It's almost as cute that she got going this far to ensure that she wins. Almost. Very well, but first we need to pay His Honor a visit to correct his testimony. I understand, JP. Have a great sleep. Your Honor, if I may, I'd like to test your witness testimony to see how it stands up. Do you doubt me? Am I your new suspect? In a sense, I suppose you could say that. Even you, a judge, are nothing but a common witness before a Von Kama. Silence in the courtroom! Silence, I say! Mr. New Prosecutor recommended my man for Von Kama and machinist prosecutor for the man for... Ah! You bit your tongue again, didn't you? Ahem. As a defender of the law, I could never give false testimony. You can even place me under oath if you want. Very well, then. Your testimony, if you please. What I saw at recess. During the recess, I went to the restroom. There's a window on the hallway side. In other words, I could see into the hallway. As I entered, I saw Detective buying something from the vending machines. But when I was about to exit the restroom, he had completely disappeared. A detective that goes missing while on duty? That sounds mighty suspicious to me. Your Honor, could you please try to remain calm? Oh! I'm so used to simply listening to testimonies that I got caught up in the excitement. I'm sorry, Your Honor, but I'm afraid I'm going to have to spoil your fun now. Alright, chat, what are we doing here? We pressing anything? We presenting? What's up? So, Big Duke here, you want to present this? We don't have any crumbs evidence. Cactus wants to present the fingerprints on this statement. What was that finger wag for, Mr. Edgeworth? And don't you know it's rude to shout objection when someone is giving testimony? Ha! If you truly are a man of the law, then you must always be vigilant. For example, I never let an opportunity to shout objection pass me by. Miles Edgeworth, it's one thing to be passionate about your job, but this is real life. What some people may say is the pot calling the kettle black. He's so right for this. Your Honor, I wonder if you might take a look at this for me. What is that filth? How dare someone dirty the hallway bench like that? Who is the culprit? This party is hereby found guilty of uncleanliness. You must know, the uncouth bench sullier has already been placed under arrest, thanks to your earlier testimony, Your Honor. Oh, well that's good. But who was it? We were able to discover something from the smudge on the bench. Namely, Detective Gumshoe's fingerprints. Not happy with committing the murder and he had to go and dirty the courthouse too? Guilty! Your Honor, please calm down. Well, it's true that the detective is the one who made the mess on the bench. We have not yet established that this action is related to the double murder. What do you mean? I believe that the detective bought a pack of Swiss rolls from the vending machine, and then promptly sat down on the bench to eat one. The cake crumbs and pieces of chocolate on the floor under the bench, and Detective Gumshoe's fingerprints prove my conclusions to be true. Oh, but I still don't understand. Is this whole thing related to how I couldn't see him as I was leaving the restroom? It is indeed. The window in the hallway was built rather high up into the wall, at around a grown adult's chest height. As evidence, I submit that Francesca herself was unable to see out that window. Francesca is just silent. Yeah, no! I knew I shouldn't have used her height as evidence. Basically, what this means is that the area directly under the hallway window is a blind spot when the hallway is being viewed from the men's restaurant. Then, it seems that you have made the connection. If someone were to sit on the bench under the window, yes, even someone as large as Detective Gumshoe would effectively disappear from sight. What? Do you finally see, Your Honor? Your testimony has just proven that Detective Gumshoe was in the hallway the entire time. Hold it. Ah, sorry. I didn't mean to say it with that much enthusiasm. All I wanted to do was try saying it once. Here, let me try that again. Hold it! Is there something of value that you'd like to say? Yes, actually there is. I remembered something else just now. Mr. Edgeworth, please allow me to testify to the court one more time. Even if we overruled him, he just keeps on talking, won't he? That might not be a bad thing. The more info, the better in a perfect investigation, right? I suppose it's possible you can't see a seated person from the restroom window. However, that doesn't mean that the detective was sitting there when I looked. Anyway, I forgot to testify earlier, but probably the most important detail. As I was leaving the restroom, I heard the loud bang of a gunshot. How is that? This is the testimony of one who judges the crimes of others. Your Honor, could you try to state the important facts first next time? I agree. Before you go around judging others, you should learn to judge your own words. I'm sorry. Honestly, I thought the sound was just a noise popper until just now. Now that he mentions it, right before we restarted the trial, he did talk about that. Wait, wasn't there somebody celebrating a birthday during the recess? I could have sworn that I heard a popper going off. Come to think of it, the other day with my grandson. The most critical point in this argument is when did the judge look into the hallway, and whether that lines up with when the gun was actually fired. Your Honor, if I may, I'd like to clarify a few details in your testimony. I think I already know the problem here with his testimony. Press the last one? Can do. But that doesn't mean that the detective was sitting there when I looked. Anyway, I forgot to testify earlier, but probably the most important detail. In the restroom, I heard the loud bang of a gunshot.
Hold it!
Your Honor, about what you just said. I know, I couldn't believe it myself, but a bang with the gunshot. I heard it loud and clear, then the knees regression, ah! Then jumped into the air like this, yes, just like this, yes, with a quick, ah! Your Honor, please remain calm when you're trying to explain yourself to me. Yes, sir, sorry about that. Now then, I must gather myself, yes. When I heard the gunshot, there was no one in the hall. I should know. I looked. There was no one there! These judge's emotional organs appear to be stuck on overreact. At this point, nothing stands out to me as a contradiction in his testimony. Francisca. If I'm correct, this testimony is hardly precision quality. I know that. And that's why I said, at this point. I think my first line of attack will be to draw more information from His Honor. Basically telling me to press more.
Hold it!
In that case, as you can see that you were overconfident in your last testimony. Now hold on there. I just said that it's possible you can't see a seated person from the restroom this time. But you know something? I don't think you know when the prints you referenced were left on that bench, do you? Yeah. Well, you have proven that it is possible the detective was sitting. I still have a problem with just when those fingerprints were left. He's right. I have yet to prove when the fingerprints were left on that bench. Well, he feigns ignorance. His Honor has seen a lot of life. This judge, I mustn't underestimate him.
Hold it!
As we established, you went to the restroom during the recess. However, at what point in the recess did you look into the hallway? After I called for a recess, I handed the change of prosecutor paperwork. Maybe about 20 minutes until we reconvened? Yes, that sounds about right. Just as I expected. What were you expecting? I demand to know what that all-knowing smile was. Your Honor, that statement you made just now is very important. I'd like for you to append it to your testimony. Alright, if you insist. Let's see, I looked into that hallway about 20 minutes before we were to reconvene. Alright, new statement. And in phase attorney logic, new statements are usually the one. Anything you guys want to present or potentially hear? Or do you want me to check the other statements? Check Pat's testimony again. He heard the gunshot right before the trial was about to start again. This one's number 3. I'm not gonna wait for the third vote. You guys are very clearly right. And there's kites anyway. I cannot allow you to make an objection. What? Your Honor, I'm really sorry, but I cannot allow you to not allow me to make an objection. Guys, I've been overruled? Your Honor, there are simply too many holes in your testimony for my tastes. What do you mean by that? You claim that you heard the gunshot. Oh, whoops, one sec. During the recess, but that's simply not possible. Mr. New Prosecutor, recommend my Manfred von... Ah! Instead of biting your tongue, why don't you bite your... Eek! I see you have no mercy for the elderly either, Francisco. We already know he whips the judge. She whips the judge. Don't talk to me unless you want to be whipped in the back. With your height, you need a stepladder or 4 to accomplish that. Mr. Edgeworth, My ears are not that far gone yet, I'll have you know. I can still hear just fine, and I heard the sound of a gunshot loud and clear with my own 2 ears. Ha. Your Honor, I have here an interesting bit of testimony. It's from Detective Bad. Technically wrong when you said we were never in court. Oh, please! You and your technicalities! And according to him, he heard the gunshot right before the trial was about to start again. What did you just say? Your Honor, you just said that you heard the gunshot about 20 minutes before you were about to reconvene. How do you explain this glaring contradiction? That can't be! Unfortunately, that is the truth. But I heard it clear as day. Bang! The loud sound of a gunshot. Why are you mad at me? I'm right. True. We keep returning to this point of contention. And that piece of evidence, I always did wonder why I found it where I did. However, now I understand what that gunshot the judge heard really was. Your Honor, this is what really produced the gunshot you heard. Ow. We're not presenting the prosecutor's badge. I found this object in the hallway earlier. What is that pink substance? It may not look it, but this is actually a piece of a balloon. I see. And I suppose you would like me to accept that pink balloon into the court record? Your Honor, I present this piece of evidence in order to overrule your testimony. What? Yes, you may. Here you go. Okay. You saw no one in the hallway when you heard the gunshot. Now, there is no guarantee that the detective was sitting on the bench at the time. Therefore, you believe he must have been at the crime scene. Defendant lobby number 2. Am I correct? Yes, that's exactly right. Huh. Let me ask you something. Do you think that the gunshot you heard was produced by a real gun? I think I've said enough that even you can figure the rest out on your own. Your Honor, you were fooled by the popping of this balloon into thinking it was a gunshot. What manner of trickery is this? That was a good effort you put forth, Miles Edward. But if it was me, I'd have wrapped this thing up before the judge even testified. Try to elaborate on what ends something before it even begins. Well, to be honest, I don't think the sound was a bit of off from a real gunshot sound. But who could have guessed that someone would pop a balloon in a place like this? That's true, one doesn't usually think balloons in conjunction with courthouse. I want to trade these coins with you. That's it! That balloon the girl was holding, it explains everything! Your Honor, if it makes you feel any better, you didn't lie once in your testimony. However, I can't really vouch for its accuracy. Who knew that giving testimony could be such a difficult thing to do? What have I done? I owe Detective Gumshoe a very, very big apology. I will see to it myself that he is released. Wait. There are still a few things I have yet to resolve about what happened in the hallway. Your Honor, I request your permission to further question Detective Gumshoe. But why? I thought we just cleared his name. Whether we did just now or not, I still cannot say. The only thing I can do for now is to continue in my quest for the perfect explanation. And to that end, I must resolve the remaining issues pertaining to the events that occurred in the hallway. Very well. Bailiff, please bring Detective Gumshoe into the courtroom. I must fulfill my mission and find the perfect explanation to this case. What is it now? Is it time for my trial already? I've already told you a gazillion times, pal. I didn't do it. I'll be the judge of that, Detective Gumshoe. Yes, it does, Bakiri. Ah. It off-puts you. Too bad. I like them. Greatly? That's weird, dude. I don't know, Isu. Probably never. It's by default like this. I didn't add them, okay? Deal with it. No, 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 no. I'm the judge around here, and I'll be the judge of that. Why can't you guys be a little less judgmental? Yes, well, speaking of hasty judgments, Detective Gumshoe, I'm afraid I must apologize for an error of judgment on my part. Your Honor, I don't believe you should apologize just yet. We have yet to prove he is completely innocent of this crime. I guess so. Nah. Yes, I do, Pixel. Yes, I do. In any case, I would like you to testify as your actions while you are on guard duty. And please remember, you are not on trial. This is all just a part of the investigation. As such, you may still be found to be innocent. However, if you should give false testimony... no, they can't, Zoldo. They can't. It's a big problem. But that's okay. They make do without it. My whip will object loud and clear. If you are found to be lying, you will be held indefinitely. Understood? I gotcha, pal. By the sake of the time since the judge's testimony, it's obvious that Detective Gumshoe is lying. And if I can't break his lie, then we're never gonna break in this case. I don't know, Dabundus. I'll have to think about the lore a bit more. I came down to this courthouse on Detective Bad's orders. As soon as I got here, he ordered me to stand guard in front of lobby number 2. From that time on, until I heard the gunshot, I was in the hallway the whole time. On my honor as a detective, I swear it wasn't me, pal. He's still singing the same tired tune. In that case, I'll just have to change the melody. I know he's lying, and it's time I pulled the information I need out of him. What are we doing, chat? I need to refill my water. I am like parched from doing all the voice acting. You guys tell me what to do. In the meantime, I'm gonna press the most obvious press statement. I don't know, this one's pretty obvious to press. I'll be right back. This won't be a long break. We're not presenting the fucking badge, chat. We're not presenting the fucking badge. Literally nothing happens except I lose life and it gives me the you presented wrong evidence speech, chat. All right. However, is it not a fact that you did something while you were in that hallway? Of course I did something. I guarded the door to lobby number 2, pal. What else? Very well then. And what exactly does guarding that door entail? Well, to put it simply, oh, I know. It was my job to stand in front of the door without moving an inch. Oh? Detective Gumshoe, you mean to tell me that you didn't take a single step away from the door to lobby number 2? You forgot to disable this? Why would you redeem it? I fucking didn't disable it because I didn't think anyone would be stupid enough to use it. Fucking hell, now I gotta fucking refund you this stupid... No, you know what? I'm not refunding you the points. You fucking lost the points. I'm not letting you be inconvenienced here. Fucking... You lose those points. I'm not giving them back. I didn't take a single step away from the door, just like I was ordered to. Ow. Stevish, that redeem also does nothing! That one only works on specific things. It even says that in the literal description. I'm not refunding those either. But why is everyone so quiet all of a sudden? Because we are all in shock and in awe of your utter stupidity. Scruffy, if you're going to lie, at least tell us a more believable one. I'm getting abused right now, chat. But I'm not lying. I should hurry up and bring this insipid testimony to a close. Till I heard the gunshot, I didn't take a single step away from lobby number 2 door. Chat, do I even need to ask you what to present here? Like, let's be real. Do I really even need to tell you, chat? You should all know, right? We're not presenting the fucking prosecutor's badge. The bonus. This is statement number 3, Cactus. But I forgive you. It didn't work, but you can all just say yes if you agree. This is what he wants to present here. Pixel, stop doing that. It causes it to go on cooldown. I have an objection. What is it, pal? Detective Gumshoe, I wonder if you might recognize this from somewhere. Hey, it's one of those things. The courthouse is special Swiss rolls, right, pal? It's on a default cooldown. I can't make that cooldown any lower than it already is, Pixel, because it has to wait for the button to resolve. It's literally impossible for me to have it on any longer. Precisely. In that case, I suppose that you also recall the sullied hallway bench. Hey, you know what? I think it was probably me that did that. Detective Gumshoe, you know you can't go around dirtying up the courthouse like this. You inconsiderate, slovenly pig. Eek! I promise to clean it up later, I swear. Now then, shall we down to business? I note the fact that you didn't move even a single step from in front of that door. If that really were the case, then how are you able to buy a pack of Swiss rolls? Ah! Furthermore, if you don't move a single step from in front of that door, how did you manage to get to the bench dirty with your grubby hands? Ouch! It appears that Francisco's whip can do more damage than my words can alone. Alright, I confess, pal. I was hungry, so I bought a pack for myself, okay? I thought I'd get chewed out again if anyone found out about me eating on the job. You're getting framed for murder. Why is that what you care more about? You are getting framed for murder. fucking dumb fuck. Salary cutting noises. So I didn't want to say anything. It's Gumshoe too. Well, unfortunately for you, I saw you do the whole dastardly deed. I clearly saw you buying a pack of Swiss rolls for the vending machine. Okay, I'm sorry for lying. That's all I'm sorry for, you got that? Because I'm not holding anything else back. And last statement. It may sound like it makes sense. However, there is something I don't quite believe about it. Are you sure you're not withholding further information from us? Of course not. I've got nothing else to hide, pal. If only that were true, Detective Gumshoe. But it is true, pal. I swear there's nothing else. Detective Gumshoe, I'm sure you're aware of the piece price of a pack of Swiss rolls, correct? Remind me again, pal? That vending machine out in the hallway. They're selling packs of 2 Swiss rolls for $6 a pack. And yet, according to you, you didn't have any cash on you until you cashed your $5 annual bonus check. Isn't that right? Oh. Let me ask, how did you manage to purchase a pack all by yourself? Can you provide me with a proper explanation to that? Oh, fuck. I'm just like, fuck, I told you, pal. I fucking bought it myself, pal. There wasn't anyone else in that hallway with me. There's no one who could have helped me buy it. Wait, don't tell me. You've got some kind of proof that there's someone else in the hallway, don't you? Correct. As if you could. I mean, what are the chances of that? Wait, you do? Of course I do. What? How? What proof do I have that there must have been someone else there in the hallway? What are we presenting, chat? The balloon? Le balloon? Le balloon. What the heck is that? I didn't really have anything. Prosecutors are all the same, always lying to people. You should stop, you know. Oh, I think we were wrong, chat. I refuse to be lectured by the likes of you, detective. How long do you plan on being strung along by this moronic detective? I have no intention of falling for his lie, because there was definitely a second person. If he was truly alone all along, then that piece of evidence should not exist. What proof do I have? People are saying this now. Hey, you showed that to me not 2 seconds ago, pal. I think you're under the mistaken impression that I bought this pack of rolls. Wait, if you didn't buy it, then that means you must have stolen it, you thief. Well, I would never do such a thing. All you liars are the same. You started as thieves. You're under arrest, pal. I believe you meant to assert that all thieves start out as liars. And in that case, what does it say about you, detective? This particular Swiss roll was dropped by a certain someone. Oh, there are 2 rolls in this package. You ate one of them. But you then gave the other one to a certain other person, didn't you? No way, pal. You've got it all wrong. I ate both of them. Don't you fucking kick me. It would appear that we've caught you at last. She was about to fucking kick me in the shin again. Yeah, I think we fucking parried that woman. Don't you dare do anything bad to that girl. It would appear that they do know each other after all. She's ready to kung fu. So, why have you continued to come up and kick me? Have I wronged you somehow? I have a name and it's K. K what? K Faraday. Faraday? Are you perhaps Mr. Faraday's daughter? I'm not a you, I'm K. K. You know, good little girls don't kick other people. Especially not hard enough to leave big, nasty bruises like the way you do. Well, then you shouldn't have put Gummy under arrest, mister. Gummy? My guess is that she's talking about Detective Gumshoe. What a cute nickname you've given him. Gummy didn't do anything wrong. Okay. It appears that I will need to speak with her in a bit more detail. Rawr! Now then, Kay. She's like a stray cat. I wonder if I should feed her something. Take the Swiss roll back. Kay, I promise to give you this to you if you calm down. Oh, a Swiss roll! A gun! I think we need to give her something. Here, Kay, here's this gun. Literal, take that! It really belongs to you though, doesn't it? Yeah, I was saving it for Daddy. Oh my. Your father, he's... Ah, don't you say another word, pal. She doesn't know yet. Thanks for watching out for me, Gummy. But I already know about Daddy. I overheard the guards talking. About how he's not here anymore. I'm sorry I couldn't protect him. Okay. I'm not gonna cry. I'm not gonna cry. It's alright. Let it all out. Your father's just passed away after all. I, myself, was also involved in the case at this courthouse where I was a young child. A case in which my father, who was a defense attorney, passed away. All of my dreams of becoming a lawyer were crushed into fine ash on that nightmarish day. Even now, the wound festers deep into the depths of my soul. Ever since that incident, I've dedicated myself to locking away every criminal I can. And now, to have this happen right in front of me, a child, I feel a certain shared fate, a common bond between us. Miles Edgeworth, what sort of gentleman are you? Are you going to just stand there and watch a lady cry? Ah, you're right. Sorry about that. Okay, here. How about we use this handkerchief here and dry your little eyes? Honk! No! Wait, come on! Don't blow your nose on that! I feel better now. Thanks. Okay, are you going to be alright? Yep, I'm already alright. Somehow, I highly doubt that, but I'm not going to push it. I promise, Daddy, I never cry in front of strangers. So glad we have HD art for that. And you're a good kid, aren't you, Kai? You always keep your promises, right? That's right. Even if I can't see Daddy anymore, I'm still gonna keep all my promises. You're a very brave girl, Kay. You're a very good child for keeping the promises you made to your papa. I'll even testify that you didn't cry, just for you. Thank you very much, lady. Oh, it is nothing. I'm only telling the truth after all. It would appear that because of her father was a respected prosecutor, Francisca is sympathetic to Kay's feelings. Your father. Kay, what kind of person was your father? Daddy was a hero of justice. His job was to catch all the bad people in the world. So, to you, a prosecutor is a hero of justice, huh? I suppose we are, in a sense, as we are the ones who seek guilty verdicts for criminals. Plus, you know what? Whenever I came to the courthouse, Daddy would buy me my absolute favorite treat, Swiss rolls. Oh? I want to be a hero of justice someday, just like Daddy. So I've been working really hard. I see. What have you been working hard on? I've been working hard to keep all the promises Daddy and I made together. Aww. A promise notebook. May I take a look inside, Kay? Sure, okay. It appears to be an exchange diary of sorts between father and daughter. Miss Faraday's writing conveys a sense of the kind of man he was. This little notebook might just come in handy later. Thank you for showing it to me, Kay. Promise 1, never take things from a stranger. Promise 2, never go anywhere with a stranger. Promise 3, always greet people with a smile, even people you don't know. Promise 4, never cry in front of strangers. Promise 5, always try your hardest to learn about things you don't understand. Daddy's job is to make sure that everyone follows the rules. Kay, be a good girl and promise that you'll keep your promises to me, okay? Love, your daddy. I hope you'll continue to work hard and become a hero just like your father. I'm gonna try. Hey Kay, so I'm a detective that catches the bad people, right? That makes me a hero too. Yeah, you're really cool too, Gummy. Yeah, aren't I, Kay? What is with the two of them? Promise 2 when Uber gets invented. LMAO. I hand down verdicts of justice, so that makes me a hero too. Yes, and thanks to your oh-so heroic testimony. You almost painted that detective as a vile criminal and sent him off to jail. I'm really sorry about that. Gummy is not a bad man, okay? That poor judge. He's being treated like a vile criminal rather than a hero of justice. It appears that you and Detective Gumshoe are good friends, Kay. Yeah, we're friends. In that case, would you mind telling me a little more about him? So I take it that you ran into Detective Gumshoe earlier? Is that they fused together to become Edward and Maya. Pretty much, yeah. Kay is a fun character. I like her a lot. Like, I really like Kay as a character. And you'll get to see a lot more of her in Investigations too as well, which is fantastic. I was on my way to see Daddy when I saw Gummy standing there. He was standing in the hallway staring really hard at the vending machine, so I said hi. And when was this? Huh? Oh, before everything got crazy. How long were the two of you together? We only talked for a little while, and then we went on our own ways. That's right, pal. Kay and I only talked for a little while, and that's it. Oh? Which means we have now confirmed that Kay was in the hallway during the recess. Isn't that right? Ah, you got me. I told you to stop picking on Gummy, mister. Very well then. I'll just have to speak with the good detective in private later. Bro, Gumshoe, this is proving your innocence. Keep talking. Were you the one who brought this pack of Swiss rolls, Kay? Well, I didn't really have a lot of money. And I somehow made $1 out of all the pennies and quarters I had. That still wasn't enough, and I really, really wanted one. Come to think of it, she did come and ask me to exchange a handful of change for $1. And that's when you came and asked me for change money, correct? Yeah, thanks a bunch for doing that, mister. Sure. But let me ask you, even with that $1, you still didn't have enough, correct? Well, that's why... Hey, if you bully Kay anymore, I'm gonna have to arrest you, pal. Can I remind you that you're the one already under arrest? Meow. Yowza. I sense that Kay is... No, you cannot kick me. Sorry about your roughly thing. Sigh. Yes, well, now that it is positively drenched in your nasal mucus. Don't worry, Kay. I have a spare. So here, you can have this one. But Daddy said, never take things from a stranger. Ah, it's one of the promises you made in your promise notebook, correct? Yeah, look, see, it's right here on this page. Alright then, I'm not giving this to you. I'm merely allowing you to borrow it. You can take it home, wash it nice and clean, and then give it back to me next time we meet. And she kept that promise 7 years later, chat. Okay, Daddy never said I couldn't borrow things from strangers. She did? That happened at the end of the last case. She was like, here, do you remember this cloth? And then Edgeworth was like, oh! It was at the end of the last case. Uh-oh, I believe it is now crystal clear that you were with Little Kay in that hallway. That's what caused this whole flashback? Yes. But don't worry, this flashback is like stupid important to the overall plot. Grr, I told you to stop being mean to Gummy. Milos Edgeworth, there is still something you have yet to resolve. I beg your pardon. You still haven't offered an explanation for why that man would lie to us. That's, well... Gummy, don't tell me you lied for my sake. Hey, don't worry about it, okay? Everything's gonna be okay. Ah, so that's why. So what was Detective Gumshoe motive for lying? If you can't explain that, then you can't call this a perfect investigation. His reason for lying is very simple. What? Here's what I believe to be his reason. From simple observation of the detective's actions and his interactions with Kay, it's obvious the detective was lying for the young girl's sake. And this piece of evidence will show you exactly why. So why was Gumshoe lying, chat? Do we know? Badge! Kite says Kay's promise thing. So is Cactus. And yeah, that's obviously it. Mr. Faraday and Kay's promise notebook. How does that explain anything? You can take a look at this page. It's clearly written that Kay should never take things from a stranger. When Detective Gumshoe heard about that promise, he tried to cover for Kay. What a foolishly foolish fool's fool of a foolish reason for a fool. Yeah, I know, Gumshoe almost got arrested for this, which is very funny. Gummy, you lied because of me, didn't you? Because I'm your friend, Kay, that's why. Gummy. At long last, Detective Gumshoe, can you please tell me the whole truth now? Guess there's no beating you, huh, pal? Okay, I'll spill the goods. I've been standing guard for a while. I was getting really hungry, and that snack vending machine was taunting me. But all the cash you had on you was $5, and that wasn't enough to buy anything, right? After all, the cheapest item on that machine is a $6 pack of Swiss rolls. Yeah, but then, like an angel from heaven, Kay showed up. I was thinking about sharing a snack with Daddy, so I wanted to buy a Swiss roll, but I only had about $1 in coins. So we pooled my 5 and her 1 together, and bought a pack of Swiss rolls together. But I was worried about breaking one of my promises. And then Gummy said, "This Faraday's one scary guy when he gets mad. But don't worry, you won't get in trouble if I don't tell, alright? Besides, you bought it with me. So you didn't really get it from me, you know? You told me it'd be okay. And he gave me a whole roll to save and give it to Daddy. Who knew that Stuffy could be so considerate?" Indeed. Detective, I take it that you sat down on the bench and ate the rolls together? Yeah, we split the other roll and ate it right then. The sweet taste of that cake's chocolate. I'll never forget it as long as I live, pal. Oh. Sweet rolls are very good, actually, to be quite honest. They're, like, really fucking good. Now I want a sweet roll, damn it. Anyway. Okay, I believe this also belongs to you. Oh, that's from the balloon I popped. It's bad manners to leave garbage lying around, Kay. I'm sorry, but I guess I can't blame you for not throwing this one piece away. It was sitting high up on a windowsill, but you couldn't see it. The rest is once, I forgive you. But that balloon, I wanted to surprise Gummy a little, so I popped it on purpose. And because of me, Gummy dropped half the Swiss roll. Wow, you really got me there, pal. Aw, that's adorable picture. Poor Gumshoe, though. Look at Kay, she's so happy. So I thought that maybe I should give Gummy this other roll. And then I saw you picking on Gummy, mister. So you kicked me. Is that it? You said I had a feisty one. I'm really sorry, mister. It's alright. I'm perfectly unharmed. But about this Swiss roll, would it be alright with you if I held onto it until Detective Gumshoe is cleared of all charges and free to go? Yeah, sure! We dropped the roll, I know, right? Just make sure you give it to Gummy afterwards, okay? Of course, I promise. And I believe we have proven beyond a shadow of the doubt that Detective Gumshoe was in the hallway for the entire duration of his duty, which undeniably proves that Detective Gumshoe could not have committed the double murders.
Objection!
Actually, it proves just the opposite, Edgeworth. You've just shown that Detective Gumshoe is the only one who could have committed the crime. What do you mean? What the fuck do you mean, you? Right, rude eavesdrop, miss you. I'm getting lectured on manners by a girl with the penchant for whipping people. You know what? She's got a fucking point. She's got a fucking point, chat. What? How dare you talk back with such insolence? You're wrong, lady. Gummy's not the bad guy. Oh, and what have we here? What is a child doing here in the courthouse? Bailiff, please take this child away. She just fucking books it. Miss Callisto, you! That girl is Miss Faraday's. I know, so what? You think that just because she's the victim's daughter, she gets to just run wild around the crime scene? I think it's actually quite dangerous for her to speak nothing of getting underfoot. I suppose you're right, however, as long as we're in agreement on that point, let's get back to the real issue at hand. Now then, Detective, you were in front of the door to the lobby number 2 the entire time, correct? Yeah, but... See, isn't it obvious that it could only be the detective? He's the only person who could have gone into lobby number 2 at the time of the murders. Ah! I have no counter-argument to that! Don't worry, I've already put in the necessary paperwork for his formal arrest. But the investigation is far from over. Oh, that's right, I was going to speak with you about that. Don't you think it's reckless to talk to the suspect out in the open without a guard? I suppose it is. Well, as someone with more experience in the law than you, allow me to share something. Always keep a good eye on the criminal, or you may regret what comes of your negligence. Ooh, Miles, I can't believe you're letting this woman lecture you like this. As unforgivable as a disciple of Von Karma. No, you cannot. A normal lawyer in a clown court world laughing at the absurdity pretty much fired it, yeah. Okay. Down, Tigress. Now then, I'll be looking forward to the results of your investigation. So, back to square one. Now, actually, this is our last chance. I can tell that if we fail to solve this case, Detective Gumshoe will be formally charged under all of the circumstantial evidence. This investigation is not over yet. There's still one location we have yet to inspect. It's where Detective Bad and Miss Yu were at the time of the crime. Lobby number 1. To be continued. Yeah, unfortunately, it's a big problem, Fire Ninja. What is this incredibly overpowering sweet scent? It smells like flowers. Uncle Bad, is this it? Isn't that Detective Bad and Kay over there? It looks like she managed to escape the bailiff. No, that's not quite it. Aw, too bad, but it's so pretty. I think you're still a bit too young to be wearing that. But since you found it, I guess I can let you keep it. Thanks! I'll treasure it always. Those two seem to get along rather well. Oh, here. I've got something else for you. Yay! Thank you, Uncle Bad! Earlier, I ate one of these with Gummy. Gummy? Oh, you mean Gumshoe? Gummy is... He was trying to be nice to me because I was gonna get in trouble. And then he got in trouble because he lied to protect me. Gummy. I know he didn't kill Daddy! Don't cry. Faraday would be sad if he saw you crying. I'm not crying. Kay. Kay. Oh, it's the mister from before and the lady too. Don't you think it would be a good idea to go home for the time being? You're not involved with the investigation, so it's for the best if you do. Actually, I'm Uncle Bad's assistant, so I'm related to the investigation. Is that so, Detective Bad? Yeah, I guess. What? You were just scolding us like kids not to mess up the crime scene. And now you let this child run free? Why? People are free to investigate things outside of the actual crime scene. You also had a few things she wanted to look into. Got a problem with that? Ugh. I don't have a problem with that, but I am curious as to what Mr. Yu is looking into. Uncle Bad, I'm gonna go look somewhere else now, okay? Alright, I'm counting on you. Oh, that's right. Hey, mister. Yes, what is it? I know Gummy really isn't the bad guy. I mean it. So please, find the real bad guy, okay? I'm getting abused today. What's wrong with you people? I won't forgive whoever did this. But in the absence of the perfect piece of testimony and evidence, there is no one else who could be the true culprit other than Detective Gumshoe. She wandered off while I was pondering. How convenient. I can see down into the courthouse courtyard from here. What is that mess supposed to be? It's like an optical illusion. I believe it's supposed to be postmodern in design. More like thoughtlessness in design. I can't disagree there. One of the windows in this lobby is open as well. The air conditioner is working just fine in this room, so why did they open it? I wonder. That excessive painting is ill-suited to be hanging on the wall of this room. I wonder if a godly touch should be placed on it. Why do you say that? Well, a desperate, low-paid detective might make off with it someday, you never know. She may be thinking about hiring a guard, but it's obvious she isn't factoring in the guard's salary whatsoever. Of course she isn't. Why would she think about that? Holy fuck! Alright, I see it. What exactly was Kay searching for? Nothing that concerns you, boy. Oh, and I suppose it has something to do with Kay? It does, because she's Faraday's daughter. Anyway, hurry up and get to the point. I don't have time to waste. Sounds like you'd rather be left alone. I have something I'd like to confirm with you once again. I don't have anything to say to you. Be as it may, we still have questions that we need answers to. Now then, first of all, what was the overpowering smell that is permeating this room? Upon entering this room, I thought I was going to suffocate. It's that ultra-strong perfume Yu wears. She spilled some of it. I was having a bad time of it myself. I didn't think twice and opened the window, but that smell's still here. Perfume, huh? So the sweet sweat in the air is perfume. Well, it's giving off quite a stench. I bet it's some cheap no-name brand. She said it's a famous brand from overseas. It's the other way around, Awario. It's a knockoff. Yes, it's definitely a knockoff. No disrespect, but... Ooh, that's a good one! Yippee! But she forced one of those bottles on me. Here, little girl, you can have it. Huh. I was bought for a much more expensive and refined perfume. However, seeing as you happen to have a spare, I suppose I'll take it. Midas Edgewood, you will hold on to this bottle without fail. Ah. Why can't she ever be honest about what she wants? So now we have the perfume Miss Hughes wears. Just fantastic. Is that all you wanted to talk about? If so, I'm going back to investigating. Actually, I still have a few other things I wish to inquire about. Tuh. So you were in this room the entire recess? Like I said, I made a call to the precinct to get that big lug down here. But other than that, I was waiting for the recess to end in here. At least your story is consistent. Earlier, you stated that you were in this lobby with Miss Yu. Yeah, I ran into her the hallway. People's faces. She said she wanted to talk to me about something, so we came in here. then, what are you saying is that until Detective Gumshoe's arrival, you and Miss Yu were in 2 different locations? Yes, I am. Interesting. Speaking of that lawyer, he seems to have a great dislike for you. Oof. Let's see, Miss Yu is the sister of the victim of the KG-8 incident. And as I recall, Detective Bad was the lead detective on that case. I wonder if the reason for her disdain isn't simply because you failed to guard Sese, but because you were the lead detective on the case. You knew? I also know that today's trial involving the Cahodopian embassy staff member is being referred to as the second KG-8 incident. Now then, Detective, I believe it's time you were honest with me and told me the truth behind your relationship with Miss Yu and Miss Faraday and the KG-8 incident. If you already know that much, I guess it'd be alright to tell you. Now then, I'd like to ask you a few questions about the KG-8 incident. It's not exactly a happy story, other than the people who were directly involved. You two will be the first to hear what I'm about to tell. The honest truth behind the KG-8 incident. Of course, it's a fucking lollipop, chat. What'd you think it was? You thought it was a cigarette? Nah, it's a fucking lollipop. Faraday, you, and I. As you already know, we 3 were involved with the KG-8 incident. They always do this, yeah. Faraday and I, we were originally on the trail of a smuggling ring. You mean the smuggling case involving one of the Amano Group's secretaries? That trial was just a front. A facade? Yeah. But the case became tainted. All because the witness who was going to testify about the Amano Group's ties to the smuggling ring, Sese Yu, was killed. Then what became of the secretary who was arrested? His name was Colin Devore. To be honest, the guy didn't know a thing about the smuggling ring. But he confessed to knowing about it anyway. Devore was probably being intimidated by the big boss man. Just another scapegoat. The boss man of the Amano group? He can't seriously mean Mr. Ernest Amano. That can't be right. It's probably just Detective Bad's personal hypothesis. What is he trying to do, suspecting Mr. Amano of being involved with the smuggling? I suppose it would have been quite difficult to secure an acquittal after he confessed. But the man who killed Sesegyu, Manny Koshin, was a completely different person. But since he's already been acquitted once of her murder... Mr. Faraday, how could you have let him go? If I remember correctly, I heard that Mr. Faraday had an important piece of evidence stolen from him. That wasn't Faraday's fault. It was mine. I wasn't vigilant enough. And we all know what becomes of Devore, yep. Faraday, Sese. I was supposed to protect them both. Miss Yu did mention that as well, about how Detective Bad was supposed to guard her sister. But even I, who was supposed to protect them, I fell into their trap. What kind of a trap? The holes in this jacket are a testament to that trap. You mean you were fired upon? You were shot at that many times in one gunfight? No. Only about half of these are from that case. But the reason I continue to wear this jacket is to remind myself of the lessons I learned from the KG-8 incident. I see. I couldn't protect Sesegyu, and the suspect was found not guilty. We had hit a brick wall, and as far as the law was concerned, and that's when she came to the courtroom, the victim's sister. That's when I first met Callisto Yu. About when you first met Miss Yu. It was on the day the verdict of the KG-8 incident was handed down, was it not? Yes. Faraday and I, we apologized to her from the bottom of our hearts. It was all we could do, but Just saying you're sorry won't bring my sister back, she said. And then she gave me a hard slap across the face. Well, she certainly had a lot of self-control to stop at just a slap. If it was me, not even 100 lashes would have been punishment enough. I suppose not. You said it herself. That she never wanted to see either of us ever again. But after that, you've seen her many times over, correct? Yeah, Faraday and I, even after the KG-8 incident had come to the close, we continued to hunt down the smuggling ring, and got involved in a variety of cases. But it was no use. We cracked so many different cases. But the result was always the same. We couldn't find the real mastermind behind the ring. Is the ring really that big? It was in the pursuit of the ring that we met you once again. It was during another trial related to the smuggling ring. Faraday was the prosecutor, and I, as the lead detective, took to the witness stand. She appeared out of the blue as the defense attorney. Her client was related to the smuggling ring, and she was defending them? Yeah. You was pursuing the ring as best he could as a lawyer. I think she defended Rel this time for the same reason. Come to think of it, Miss Yu did say something to the same effect. I have my own agenda. I'm still on the hunt for leads regarding the KG-8 incident, alright? And for that, you have not a single qualm about defending a known killer? Don't put words in my mouth. I said no such thing. The only way I had to get close to Mr. Rel was to be his lawyer. I had no intention of covering for him, ever. So don't you dare suggest I was going to. It doesn't matter what her reason is. Helping a criminal is just despicable. You're so naive, little girl. I could have stolen this lollipop from you. That's how naive you are. How dare you insult the daughter of a vodkama? Just like us, you felt that she had hit the limit of what the law could do. That's all. The law is merely a tool. There's no limit to it, only the skill of the craftsman. You two are still too young, but one day you'll know what I mean. Malpractice? Yeah, that's the thing about fucking Ace Attorney Funky Land, is that defending someone you know to be guilty is apparently like a bad thing. And it's like, no, that's just how it works. You can't, even if you think you have all the facts, you might not. You have to defend someone with all your heart, because you never fucking know. There's no way to know. When two opposing forces clash, both trying to pursue that, that's when the truth comes out. And Ace Attorney seems to think that that's wrong in some ways. But no, Ace Attorney does follow that, but like, you never really truly know. So all you can do is have a defense and a prosecutor and go head to head, and by doing head to head, the truth comes out. That's how it should be anyway. What matters is that we met you again in pursuit of the smuggling ring. That's all. So what was your relation to Mr. Faraday? You even seem to know Kay fairly well. I met him when he was a rookie prosecutor. Known him ever since. And Kay, I've known her since the day she was born. Faraday and I, we cracked quite a few cases together. But you two seem to have made no progress at all in the Yatagarasu case. Did we touch a nerve? If I only have one thing to say to you. No one knew more about the Yatagarasu than me and Faraday. That's why I was called upon to testify in today's trial, to prove that Rel was not the real Yatagarasu, which I would have done if he hadn't turned around and accused Faraday. After the accusation, I was asked to testify, this time, to prove or disprove the accusation. But I guess I won't be doing that either. Perhaps a little more digging in the Yatagarasu is what's necessary. You claim to know much about the Yatagarasu. Would you care to share what you know with me? What you two should be looking for right now is proof of murderous intent towards Faraday and Rel. I agree, which is exactly why I'm asking you about the Yatagarasu. What? The KG-8 incident and the second KG-8 incident. Both of these cases are tied to the smuggling ring. And in both of these cases, the witness who was to testify about the ring was murdered. However, there is one point in which they differ, and that is the presence or absence of the great thief Yatagarasu. Mr. Rel claimed to be the Yatagarasu. However, in the middle of the trial, he suddenly declared Mr. Faraday to be the real Yatagarasu. Then, during the recess, they were both killed. Don't you find that to be at least bit odd? Miles Edgeworth, stop beating around the bush and just spit it out already. I believe that there must be some reason that the two men suspected of being the Yatagarasu were both killed at the same time. A reason, huh? And so, in order to catch Mr. Faraday and Miss Rel's cold-blooded killer, I feel that I need to learn as much as I can about the Yatagarasu. If it will help you solve this case, then I'll tell you. I'll tell you the reason why we've never caught the Yatagarasu. What was that sudden outburst for? You almost made me whip you by accident. No, you whipped. It still accidentally whipped me anyway. There are three main reasons why the Yatagarasu will always be one step ahead. First, the Yatagarasu always knows the exact location of the target object. Second, the Yatagarasu always knows exactly how to disarm the security system. Third, the Yatagarasu doesn't leave a single shred of evidence behind, ever. I see. So those are the Yatagarasu's special traits. Sounds like an incredibly elusive thief. The Yatagarasu has never been caught on tape, never tries to draw anyone's attention, and would never do something as lowbrow as commit murder. That's how I knew that Rel wasn't the real Yatagarasu right away. But you can't use that sort of logic on its proof to prove that he's not. I'm not done talking yet. What's different about this time was that evidence related to the smuggling ring was sent to the police. And the sender was none other than the one who infiltrated the Kodopian emissary, the Yatagarasu. Yatagarasu sent the evidence? Until now, the Yatagarasu would always publicize any corrupt dealings through the mass media, but not this time. The evidence this time was something only Faraday and I, and a select few others knew about. In that case, how can you be so sure it was the Yatagarasu who sent it? That's easy. A special card that only Yatagarasu uses was attached. That's how I can be so sure. And this what sort of card is it? Here, take a look at this article. Whenever the Yatagarasu wants to publicize something, a white card is sent along with the stolen information. But when questioned Rel about what was sent along with the white card, Rel had no idea what it was. And that's how Detective Bad knew Mr. Rel was a phony. Thank you very much. I have a much better understanding of the Yatagarasu now. Excuse me, Mr. Edgeworth? Yes? His Honor would like to transfer the evidence from today's trial over to you. So if you could please head over to the courtroom, it'd be much appreciated, sir. Understood. I'll be there shortly. Detective Bad, what does the law mean to you? Finding the answer to that question is the only reason I'm still alive. That's deep. I became a prosecutor to find the answer to that question myself. And to play a part in ensuring that all criminals everywhere are found guilty. Oh, it's you, Mr. Edgeworth. It appears that His Honor is still a bit dispirited. For the first time today, I experienced what it's like to stand at the witness stand. I now have a greater appreciation for just how hard it is to give testimony. Well, there's no reason for you to be all depressed about it, Your Honor. As a judge, no one expects you to think about anything other than the verdict. Francisco, there is no need to further depress His Honor. But I'm not trying to, Miles. Your Honor. Yeah, you're just really bad at it, Francisco, so just stop talking. I don't know about that. That probably hurt. Your Honor, I've come to collect the evidence that was transferred to me. Your Honor? The evidence? Your Honor! Oh! You! Yeah, can I help you? I'd like to collect the evidence now, sir. Your Honor, do you think you can just stay focused for long enough to at least do your job? Yes, I'm sorry. And I would, except the defense attorney has yet to arrive. She is busy with the investigation. So let's keep this brief, shall we? Very well. In that case, please confirm all that pieces of evidence are present. Furthermore, the evidence that was used in the murders of Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rell are also included, so please go ahead and use them in your investigation to the case. Understood, Your Honor. The pieces of evidence that were used in the murder of those two men. This could be a very good chance for me to find new leads regarding the case. Maybe even something that will finally lead me to the truth. Over at the prosecutor's bench for you. I see. Thank you very much. I will go and confirm that they are all accounted for. Evidence, chat. You mean the evidence bag that was on the table in lobby number 2, right? Yes, finally, now you can take a look at the evidence itself and not just the data about them. Let's see, be sure to thoroughly examine them when we have the time. Commissary Meta 2. And why is that? Because I still don't fully understand what today's trial was about. Don't point your crop at me just because you don't know something. And don't you try to order me around just because you Papa chose you today. I see someone is still sore about not being picked by Mr. Von Karma. It's also so real to see the knife up close. So we have the knife, the gun, and an envelope. And what's this organizer doing here? Oh, that's right. I completely forgot to tell you. About what, Your Honor? They found Mr. Faraday's personal organizer inside that evidence bag of his. Detective Bad requested it be passed along to you. He said it would help with the investigation. Detective Bad said that? What a strange stroke of luck. Well, never look a gift horse in the mouth. We might as well flip through it too. This gun. It was originally used to kill the Cadopian emissary staff member. When the crime was reported, the responding police found Mr. Bell still holding it, which led to his immediate arrest. And then this gun took the original shooter's life. How ironic. Indeed. There doesn't seem to be anything else we can learn from this piece of evidence. It's the knife that was used to kill Miss Faraday. Who would have thought that such a beautiful piece of art could be used for such a cruel act? And it's never crossed your mind that you use your riding crop for the wrong purpose? This Faraday's organizer. It appears he was in the habit of using it. It looks like he adopted his strategy for getting Mr. Rell convicted and down in here. I have collected the evidence I need to prove that Rell was the killer. Between the handgun Rell had on him when he was arrested and the surveillance tape, I should be able to prove that he was the one. Who was the killer of this case? The sound of his handgun going off was recorded with superb clarity on the surveillance video. I also have evidence that I could use to prove that Rell is not the real Yatagarasu. No matter how long you may try to play it, as long as I have the Yatagarasu's key, I can prove he's a phony. If I present it to him in court, it should clear everything up. The Yatagarasu's key? I understand, Bakiri. It has been a long battle. I hope this will finally bring it to an end. To discredit any claim that Mr. Rell had made about being the real Yatagarasu. And he had the way to prove that Mr. Rell was the guilty party in the MSC murder. This organizer flew straight from Mr. Faraday. I'll have to take my time and give it a thorough read later. Look, there's a picture stuck between the pages here. It appears to be a key. Oh. Chat. And that other ornate one attached. Just look at the design on the handle. The craftsmanship is superb. Could this be the Yatagarasu's key Mr. Faraday mentioned in his organizer? The Yatagarasu's key? Detective Bad said something earlier. What's different about this time was that evidence related to the smuggling ring was sent to the police. And the sender was none other than the one who infiltrated the Kodopian emissary. The Yatagarasu. Has he sent the evidence? Oh no. Yeah, we know. We literally just had this conversation. Was something only Faraday and I and a select few others knew about. Mr. Faraday must have been trying to keep the secret key safe. As the prosecutor on both the Yatagarasu and the smuggling ring cases, that's to be expected. So it seems like only a select few people knew about this key. That's odd. What is it? Mr. Faraday didn't mention anything about a knife in his organizer. That certainly is odd. The weapon that was used to kill the Kodopian emissary staff member was the gun. But if that's the case, then where did that knife that was used to murder Mr. Faraday come from? Isn't it obvious it was brought into the courthouse by Mr. Lal? That's the only logical conclusion, right? No, because it's not that easy to smuggle a weapon like that in here. Every person who enters the courthouse doors is checked thoroughly for contraband. The suspect was handcuffed, making it impossible for him to bring a knife as it's inside. In that case, how do you suppose this knife ended up inside the courthouse? I need to think carefully here. There's nothing related to the knife written anywhere in Mr. Faraday's organizer. However, it is a fact that this knife came from Mr. Faraday's evidence bag. Conversely, there's one item listed in Mr. Faraday's organizer that as no one has claimed to have seen today. Plus this mystery, I believe I'll need to take another good look at the evidence. Myla Zedworth, can I take the fact that you have yet to answer me to mean that you don't have an answer for me? Actually, I do know the answer, Francisco. What? Then what is it? One of the pieces of evidence we've been holding has been hiding a secret of its own. And it was through this piece of evidence that the knife was brought into the courtrooms. Wait, what does it actually want me to present here? I think it's asking through what piece of evidence. Everyone's saying the bag. You want me to present the bag? Yeah, the key was added as new evidence right here. Fire Ninja says to present the key. Present the reasoning, chat. Yeah, but the problem with that, Awario, is that I might as well explain it. Is that the planner never mentioned a knife. He mentioned all the evidence he brought, but he never mentioned a knife. So what are we presenting? Bag or key? So representing the key? Okay, it's being so slow and I want to go to bed.
Take that.
This Yatagarasu key Miss Faraday mentioned in his organizer. This is how the knife was brought into the courthouse. You're not making any sense, Miles Edgeworth. You just needed to look a bit closer, Francisca, to see what I mean. Don't the color and ornamentation of the key's handle remind you of anything? They do remind me of the knife. Very good. Both the Yatagarasu's key in this photo and the murderous knife have this very unique design on their handles. Furthermore, even though Mr. Faraday mentions the Yatagarasu key, the only object we found at the crime scene was the knife. You don't seriously mean to say... It appears that you finally caught up. And yes, I do mean to say that these two pieces are in fact one and the same. But that's impossible! Even if that's what you believe, we should still investigate this possibility. Ugh. Now then, let us examine this knife in a little bit more detail. I can't believe it turned into a key! To think there was such a trick to this thing! So the weapon used to kill Miss Faraday is actually the key that the Yatagarasu stole. This piece of information is more critical than anything we've learned up until now. Oh good, they added animation. Yes, they did. The Yatagarasu's key. It turns into a knife. Frankly, I'm shocked. Mr. Faraday only mentioned the key aspect to this piece of evidence in his organizing. Bakiri, did you not just see the animation? Did you not just see the animation? Do you have eyes? Did you... Or did you look away for the one moment where it showed it? No, there's only one. The knife is the key. They're one and the same. We found a knife at the crime scene, but no key. No, we didn't, Bakiri. We had a picture of the key. We had a picture of the key. You weren't looking. Do it again. It's possible that even he had no idea the key was holding a knife blade inside. But if that's true, then only someone who knew about the key to the knife trick could have killed Mr. Faraday. Hi, Shizuku. Even among law enforcement, this key was top secret. We're looking for someone who knew even more about the key than even Mr. Faraday. Meaning that the only person it could be is the one who sent the key in the first place. The great thief Yatagarasu. Then maybe Mr. Zed really was the Yatagarasu. And she was the one who killed Mr. Faraday. Isn't that one possible scenario? No, not really, especially since Mr. Faraday was absolutely convinced that Mr. Rel was not the Yatagarasu. Besides, as Detective Bad said earlier, but when we questioned Rel about what was sent along with the white card, Rel had no idea what it was. I see. Alright then, I guess the person who knows the trick behind this key is someone else, and that person is the real Yatagarasu. It seems that this key is truly the key to solving this case. I took a quick look through these documents before the trial started, but I wasn't even afforded the opportunity to skim it. I suppose I should explain it to you then. Yes, you should. Perfectly in its entirety, if you please. On the night of September 8th, an embassy staff member was killed in front of the embassy. The staff member died of shock due to being shot in the heart. Mackerel was brought in that night as a suspect and thoroughly questioned, because the murder weapon was found on him, for which he was arrested on the spot. A simpleton of a man, that's what he was. Perhaps he was, for the weapon wasn't the only incriminating evidence we had. Mr. L was caught in the act on film by security camera. He was even a bigger simpleton than I thought. I can't believe he didn't notice the security camera. The Kordofan embassy security system is supposedly very well designed. He may have simply not been aware that there was a camera in the area. So have you seen the contents of the video for yourself? Yes, the surveillance video the security camera took was played during the trial by Mr. Faraday. You can clearly identify Mr. Rel on it. Even the sound of the gunshot was crystal clear. So the footage included sound, huh? I don't think I'd ever want to see the moment of someone's death in real life. Me neither. That's odd. We're short one piece of evidence. And the piece that's missing is the surveillance video that was played in court. The surveillance video? How could a piece of evidence just disappear? Where did it go? The video showing the moment in which Miss Rel committed the murder. Where could it have gone indeed? Are you done with your inspection of the evidence? Yes, I'm finished. However, Your Honor, I am missing a single piece of prosecutorial evidence. Your Honor, where are you directing your duties? What? No, I dare not lick my duties. What do you take me? That's not what we said. No, Your Honor. The most important piece of evidence in today's trial, the surveillance video, is not amongst the evidence you laid out for me. But I brought Mr. Faraday's whole bag with me from the crime scene. Maybe the tape is still somewhere at the crime scene? There's something wrong here. Something about this missing piece of evidence. It would appear that for me to find the answers I seek, I'll have to pay another visit to the scene of the crime, defendant lobby number 2. Oh, is that Lang? Hi, Lang. What are you doing here? That's Detective Bad, but who is he with? Oh yeah, sorry, Fire Ninja. Not much I can do about that. I think you guys would rather see this anyway. Never seen that officer before. So did you find it? No, not yet, and I've looked everywhere. I see. Well then, please continue with the search. Understood. I'll continue the search. Heh. So you're the one running this show. Prosecutors like you shouldn't even be allowed at crime scenes. How dare you? Just who do you think you are? What was that all about? And who was that man just now? Whoever he was, I've never seen a more impudent officer in my life. Does he even know that we're standing right here behind him? I know you're standing right behind me. What do you want, kids? It looks like you're paying attention after all. Of course I was. I have eyes in the back of my head. Gavel in hand. He's just like sleeping all like with his gavel. It's like, you know, he's hugging it. His precious gavel. It's for him to keep an eye out on who or what is behind him at all times. So tell me, Detective Bad, who was that rude man just now? The guy came here from the Republic of Zhangfa to study. He's Agent Lang. He's trying everything he can to revive the lost honor of his family. He's traveling the world to study different philosophies of detainment from scratch. By visiting various police departments around the world, he has a lot of dedication. He's still just a rookie cop, but I sense a strong grudge of some sort from him. The guy is more useful than Gumshoe, even if he's rude. Well, he sure has a lot of guts to come to this country and give prosecutors a hard time. I agree. However, I can think of one young lady that statement also applies to. And what was that agent looking for, Detective Pad? Earlier, that little girl was poking around in lobby number 1 as well. Like I said before, it's got nothing to do with the two of you. I highly doubt that. It has nothing to do with me. Fine, if this is the game I must play, then I will take this opportunity to draw out what he's been hiding and what happened in this room straight from him. Earlier, you were in lobby number 1, and now you're here in lobby number 2. You are quite the busy man, Detective Bad. Multiple returns to a crime scene bring about success. That's what we detectives say. 125 minutes? Got it. We'll make sure we finish the case in that time frame. In that case, you wouldn't happen to mind if I asked about what happened again, correct? I don't have anything left to say to you, boy. Boy, you'll see. I will draw my answer from you one way or another. But it's to you to help us even a tiny bit on our investigation. I gave Faraday's notebook to the judge earlier. That's help enough, don't you think? Please, we are asking for you just a bit more of your cooperation. Don't push me, kid. I'd have to ask one more time about what happened around here at the time of the crime. I refuse to answer. Any more investigating you do would be a waste of time. Besides, how am I supposed to answer questions about things I don't know about? Things you don't know about, but aren't you supposed to know everything? He should. Wait, is it possible? Maybe he doesn't know about the trick behind that piece of evidence. I should try showing it to him. It may prove to be the key to getting some answers from Detective Pad. Detective Pad, did you know of the existence of the item in this photograph? Of course I did. It's my job to know everything related to the Yatagarasu case. In that case, let me ask you something. Did you know that the knife that killed Mr. Faraday and this Yatagarasu key are one and the same? What? That's impossible! It looks like he didn't know after all. This piece of evidence, which we call the Yatagarasu's key, is actually a well-camouflaged knife. Mr. Faraday was planning to use this Yatagarasu key to prove that Mr. Rel was not the real Yatagarasu. Isn't that correct? I guess so. However, Mr. Faraday had no idea it was, in fact, a knife. Yeah, I have to admit, neither one of us knew that fact. And if neither of us knew, then no one in law enforcement knew either. How did we miss something as big as this? I noticed that since a little while ago, you appear to be searching for something. I presume that this key is what you were searching for? Yeah, that's right. And why were you searching for it? Because I promised Faraday. I promised that I'd protect that key with my life. But after he was killed, the key disappeared from Faraday's evidence bag. Who would have thought that the key is what took Faraday's life? Detective Bad, so that we may find the truth, please testify for me once more. Alright. But it doesn't matter how many times I tell you about what happened. Nothing will change. Detective Bad, I ask that you please testify once more about what happened in lobby number 2 and what you experienced in lobby number 1. My answer is still the same, and this is the last time I'm going to do this. That's fine, because I only need this one last time to clear everything up and find the truth behind this case. Detective Bad's movements. I was in lobby number 1, talking with you. We were talking about some trivial things. I heard the gunshot. right before the trial was about to reconvene. When we heard it, you and I immediately dashed out into the hallway together. I saw Gumshoe goofing around there, and then we all ran into lobby number 2. It sounds like the exact same story he told us before. Indeed. However, I feel that we have yet to try out all the information we can. Alright, chat, here we go! I was in lobby number 1 talking with you. We were talking about some trivial things. I heard the gunshot right before the trial was about to reconvene. When we heard it, you and I immediately dashed out into the hallway together. I saw Gumshoe goofing around there, and then we all ran into lobby number 2. Should I press? Should I present? Give me your thoughts, chat. Hi, Pepe. How are you doing today? No thoughts? It sounds exactly like what Detective Pat told us before. However, is there something in particular we should be asking the detective about? Just might be. No one knew that the knife is actually the Yatagarasu key. Reflecting on that, perhaps there are other things that we know now, but Detective Pat doesn't yet. Yes, that should be my angle of attack. What am I doing, chat? What am I doing? I peeked. What am I doing, chat? I need you to play the game for me, chat. Or else I'll play it for you because I'm tired and I want to beat this case. The balloon? Well, there's nothing here that would make sense for that, right? Until you heard the gunshot, did you notice anything else that was out of the ordinary? I didn't hear any other strange sounds until that gunshot. If the gunshot Detective Pat heard was really outflung from the murder, that would give the other piece of evidence an entirely different meaning. I ask that you please amend your testimony with that statement just now. Sure. I didn't hear any other strange sounds until that gunshot. This is statement number 4, and it changed when I pressed it. And why did the two of you dash out into the hallway straight away? Because we clearly heard the sound of a gunshot. And we knew it came from somewhere nearby. And how did you know that it was a gunshot? In my line of work, you hear enough of them to know. I suppose it's only natural for a detective to know what a real gunshot sounds like. But given the circumstances, the only person I could think of whose life would have been in danger was Faraday. That's why I ran out into the hallway right away and headed for where he was. Okay, chat, what are we doing? We got a new statement, and you know how Ace Attorney is. When you get a statement amended, that's probably what you present on. But Kiri wants to present the balloon.
Objection!
Detective Bad, does this balloon fragment remind you of anything? It's the same color as the one Kay was holding. Oh, so you knew about that girl's balloon. Yeah, I was sitting with her up in the gallery. During the recess, just before we split up, I filled that balloon up for her. Well, as you may have already summarized, this piece indeed came from Kay's balloon. So, what about the balloon? I wonder if you might remember hearing this balloon pop at some point. What are you getting at? This fragment was found in the hallway, right in front of lobby number 2. Furthermore, it was the sound of this balloon popping that the judge mistook as a gunshot. Oh, so the sound that the judge heard was not actually a gunshot, huh? On top of that, His Honor said he heard the balloon pop about 20 minutes before the trial was to reconvene. Which means that His Honor heard the balloon pop in the hallway, when you were in lobby number 1, Detective Bad. And if you were in lobby number 1 at that time, you were close enough that you should have heard the balloon popping as well. So? Oh, don't give me a so! We just proved that there is a flaw in your testimony! The crackling of the truth is louder than the sound of your sweet navity cracking. And since you kids don't seem to know, let me fill you in on something. Did you ever stop to think why the doors and walls of this place seem so rugged? That's because they were designed to keep secrets from being leaked. What is that supposed to mean? The doors and walls are super thick. The window panes are double layered. To top it all off, even the curtains are made of a special sound-absorbent material. That you mean... Since I was shut up inside lobby 1, there was no way I could have heard that sound. No! Ugh. I knew that's what he was going to say. Then that means that Scruff-Face testimony is completely useless. If the loops are soundproof, then of course he wouldn't hear any sign of a struggle. Ugh. That's also why it's only natural that I didn't hear the balloon popping. Now, do you get it, kids? Miles, I thought we were supposed to be the ones finding flaws in his logic. Not the other way around. The other way around? It's not possible to hear the sound of a balloon popping if they're in lobby number 1. However, if we examine the situation in reverse, a person standing in the hallway should not be able to hear the real gunshot either. Ooh. And yet, Detective Gumshoe claims to have heard it when he was standing in the hallway. Detective Bad, if that's the case, how exactly did you hear the gunshot? What do you mean, how? I just did. It would appear that you have yet to realize the contradiction in your own words. Oh, how so? If the rooms are as soundproof as you say they are, then how did the sound of the gunshot enter your ears? I see what you mean. I guess I'm more out of it from Faraday's murder than I had thought. Which means what exactly, Miles? In the end, what does it all boil down to? It boils down to this. There must be a reason as to how Detectives Bad and Gumshoe heard a gunshot they theoretically shouldn't have. It looks like we need to examine... Yeah, but Faraday, they just explained it. These places are like super duper ultra soundproof. So I know gunshots are super loud, but you probably still wouldn't hear it because of how absolutely incredible. MRL, yeah, no, it's amazing. You shut your mouth. The state of the crime scene. Wait, can it be? It's that ultra strong perfume Yu wears. She spilled some of it. A window in lobby number 1 was opened to allow the perfume Miss Yu spilled to dissipate. Ah! And way too noisy. Lobby number 2's television. It looks like it was set to an incredibly high volume. The surveillance video. How could a piece of evidence just disappear? Where did it go? We got stuff. We've got lobby number 2 window. No human can climb through these barred windows. The scent of flowers is in the air. Very loud television. Lobby number 2's television. It looks like it was set to an incredibly high volume. A window in lobby number 1 was opened to allow the perfume Miss Yu spilled to dissipate. Where did the surveillance tape from Miss Faraday's bag disappear off to? I can't see a clear connection between these two pieces of information. Sorry, that didn't work out quite, Bakiri. Any other ones? Window and perfume? It's simply not possible for the killer to have escaped through barred windows. And yet, the fragments of the perfume managed to escape from defendant lobby number 1. Of course, incorporeal things can move freely through these open, barred windows. The criminal couldn't have made it through, but what about incorporeal things? What are we connecting now? What are we connecting now, chat? Television windows? I'm just gonna do the first one that people say. Now then, what else besides a smell can go both in and out of an open barred window? The answer is sound. So no matter how careful the killer was, if the windows were open, the jig would be up. And since the windows in both defendant lobby number 1 and the hallway were open, that explains how the sound of a gunshot could be heard in both locations. The missing piece of evidence is a video that shows the moment in which Mr. Rell killed the embassy staff member. The sound of the gunshot left quite an impression on me when it played during the trial. The video should have been returned to Miss Faraday's evidence bag for the recess. And brought back here. If it disappeared after that time, then it's possible that the tape is still here in this room. Eureka! The evidence that the missing evidence created for me is the gunshot sound that no one should have been able to hear in the first place. Miles, what have you been thinking about? Stop wasting time thinking and let's start looking again. It's not a waste of time to think, for I figure out where we should look. And where would that be? I believe we should examine the television. The TV? Well, you kids have fun. Go ahead and examine whatever you like. It's a video player, and there seems to be a videotape inside. It looks like it. The tape must have stopped on its own at least the end. It's just the entire break in 10. We just did a big logic thing, where we discovered that the rooms were soundproof, which means, logically speaking, the detective shouldn't have heard the gunshot. So then we deduced that the windows were open, and that there's a missing surveillance camera footage. Oh no, you're there for that even? Oh, okay. This tape, could it not be the missing surveillance tape? I suppose, but Detective Bay, would it be alright with you if I verify the contents of this video? Sure, knock yourself out. Alright then, let's rewind this and see what we have here. If I remember correctly, the footage of Rel killing the embassy staff member should be about the 30-minute mark from the start of the tape. Understood. This should be about right. Now then, let's see. Ugh. This is the footage of Mr. Rel shooting the embassy staff member. I knew it. The missing piece of evidence. The surveillance video was here all along. Video of the embassy staff member murder. The gunshot is especially memorable. This sound. What's the meaning of this? It appears that Detective Bag has figured out the true source of the gunshot he heard. With this, I think we can figure out the trick behind this double murder. Did you mean that you figured it all out then? Yes. All I have to do now is show what the gunshot Detectives Bad and Gunshot heard was, and through where they heard it from. Fine, in that case, show me what you've deduced. And through where they heard it from. They heard it through the window. Do I even need to spell this one out? And the gunshot that they heard was the surveillance video. If the door and the windows to the crime scene, namely this room that we're in, were closed, the killer could have used the gun and no one would have been the wiser. That's true. This quartet does seem to be well designed for such a thing, as it were. However, what happened in reality was, Detective Gumshoe, Detective Bad, and Miss Yu, all three of them heard the gunshot. But the windows in lobby number 1, 2, and the hallway were open. So naturally the people in those locations could hear it. Ah, but then why would the criminal open the window in the first place? To allow the gunshots to be heard, I suppose. Correct. That's the only logical conclusion we can draw from this. But why was that necessary in the first place? I want a real answer, Miles. I demand satisfaction. Very well. I believe the killer wanted to manipulate our perception of a certain fact. What was it that the killer wanted to manipulate our perception of? What are we answering here, chat? The killer wanted to fabricate the time of death to their precise wishes, and they used the gunshot in the surveillance video to do so. So that's why the tape was left running. You mean the gunshot I heard was from this video? Yes, which means that the murders really occurred at an earlier time than we thought. It must have been during the recess, but before Detective Gumshoe was on guard duty. Someone who has no alibi for that time period and planned this crime out in advance. That person is the real killer. So chat, do you know who doesn't have an alibi for that time period? Mr. Edgeworth. Yes, what is it? Miss Few is asking for you. She's in the courtroom. She says that she's identified the murderer, but that she wants to clarify something. It looks like Miss Few is still investigating something. Understood. Please tell her that I'll be right over. I'll come along. I want to hear what she has to say. It would appear that the time has come to uncover the truth. To be continued. Oh, this case is long. It's longer than I was expecting, which is a problem because I was planning to be done by now. Kay, what are you doing here? Oh, hello, mister. I'm still investigating. But the object you're looking for is already... Kay, don't mind him. Please continue with your investigation. Okay, you got it. Detective Bad, haven't we already found what you were looking for? If it means I can keep her in the dark just a little longer, any little task will do. Oh, you're more sympathetic than I thought. I've been waiting for you, Edgeworth. I've also been waiting for the moment which we could finally lay this case to rest. The moment in which we can finally lay this case. Wasn't that when we placed Detective Gumshoe under arrest? I think we're more than solved this case already. Don't you? We'll see. It all depends on whether or not your logic holds. And why even Mr. Bad is here? Yeah, no, case 5 is going to be 2 streams. 6 hour, probably 5-6 hour streams. So I should be okay for case 5 because I'm planning to split that into 2 streams. I just need to get through this one in 1 stream, though. A viewer in the gallery? I'm hardly just a bystander. I have a duty to see this case through to the end, no matter how it turns out. Oh, is that right? Anyway, I thought you might like to hear what I've slaved away to find out. I've taken statements on every single person's movements during the time when our suspect was in the hallway. I've also confirmed that there is no possible route of escape from lobby number 2. Therefore, the killer must without a doubt be Detective Gumshoe. And that's all you have? Yeah, that's all there is to my conclusion, in this case. Sorry, but I beg to differ. In a trial, there is always time for a rebuttal, and we are standing in a court of law. I'd be more than appropriate to follow the rules of court in this case, don't you think? How absolutely like a rookie to think such a thing. But alright, I'll play along and give you a proper testimony. If my logic is correct, then I've already won. All I have to do now is prove it, by showing who the real killer is. Everyone, sans the suspect, has an alibi for when the gun went off. Furthermore, the areas around the crime scene have all been thoroughly investigated, right? I also confirm that there is no possible escape route from lobby number 2, which leaves us with one unshakable conclusion, that Detective Gumshoe is the killer. Now that you have your testimony, I expect a good rebuttal, Edgeworth. But of course, there's no need to confront her logic head-on right now. I should instead focus on drawing out any trump card she has up her sleeve. I guess that leads me that I should be pressing. The suspect. But I thought the Detective Gumshoe's alibi had already been proven. Are you joking, Edgeworth? I assure you, this is no joke. Look, I know you heard from the judge earlier that the detective was in the hallway with Miss Faraday's daughter eating a Swiss roll. Yes, that is correct. But see, that was 20 minutes before the real gunshot went off, right? And the problem is, there's no one else who can corroborate what he did since the snacking. I see she's done her research well, which means that I should focus on drawing out whatever trump cards she's withholding.
Hold it!
Whatever they have been thoroughly investigated or not is for me to decide. Scratched eyebrows and lines on your forehead or back. Anyway, if you believe that hasn't been exhaustive, the crime scene, lobby number 2, has no way out other than the hallway Detective Gumshoe is standing in. And because he claimed to be there, that makes him the only possible suspect. But isn't it also possible that someone escaped through a window and into the garden? That's the first place everyone looked, silly! The police aren't a bunch of lazy bums. They looked at every possibility, you know? Isn't that right, Mr. Bad? Yeah. There wasn't a scrap of evidence to suggest someone used one of the windows. There also weren't any footprints or anything. Courtyard garden. I suppose they really did check everything that could be relevant to the case. I also confirmed that there's no possible escape route from lobby number 2. Are you absolutely positive that there are no possible routes of escape? Of course I'm sure. Then why are you so certain? This is a courthouse, the place where criminals are brought to be judged. If there was an escape route, I'm sure every criminal would be using it to escape. Is this common sense? My sense was I suggest you use a bit more of it in your future. Yeah. Which leaves us with unshakable conclusion that Detective Gumshoe is the killer. You may think it's unshakable, but to me there are still too many unanswered questions. For example, who was it that placed the gun in Miss Faraday's hand? Ah, but you're the only one still wondering that! Detective Gumshoe probably had no idea which hand Miss Faraday used to write with. Even if you know someone, it doesn't mean you know what hand they write with, right? I mean, I certainly don't care about that sort of thing. I'm not about to let her get a rise out of me with such a flippant statement. I suppose we've really reached the end now. I already have my trump card ready. All that remains is to play it. But before I do, I think I should inquire into a little something about her argument. You said earlier that you confirmed the alibis of every person other than the suspect. However, I don't recall either Francisca or myself speaking with you about the subject. But there were witnesses. For you, there was your mentor that gave you an alibi. I see. As for the little missy, she came to the courthouse during the recess and was stopped by security guard at the door of the hallway. She gave him quite a whipping for that, or so I heard. I'm the daughter of Manfred von Kammer, and I will not be forcefully stopped by a guard or bailiff or anyone else. Wait, so basically the only reason Francesca bothered to show up today was because she found out that I was to be the replacement prosecutor? By the way, Miss Yu, what about everyone's alibis before Detective Gumshoe was assigned to guard duty? What about them? Have you looked into what people were doing during that span of time? What kind of idiot do you take me for? It doesn't matter when the killer went into the lobby number 2. From the time we heard the gunshot, to the time Mr. Baden arrived on the scene as we dashed from lobby number 1, the only person who could have committed the crime was Detective Gumshoe. Yes, let's talk about when you and Detective Bad heard that gunshot, shall we? I suppose that if we go by your logic, then Detective Gumshoe is the only one. However, what if the crime had occurred at an entirely different time than when that gunshot you heard went off? What then? That gunshot was a trap, meant to manipulate our perception of... Sadly, your explanation is very lacking, Edgeworth. The gunshot we heard in lobby number 1. Care to explain how that could have been fabricated? I don't think I need to ask you guys this. We just went through an entire logic sequence where we figured this out. So...
Take that!
That tape? Yes, it's exactly what you think it is. This is the surveillance tape of Mr. Rell and the prosecution presented in today's trial. This was found loaded in the video player in lobby number 2. That was connected to the large television that had its volumes turned all the way up. You can't honestly mean that the sound we heard was the gunshot in the video. Ah, but I do. Which leads me to my next point. The murders occurred much earlier than when anyone heard the gunshot. That's the only thing I could think of, too. After committing double homicide, the killer took the surveillance video out from Miss Faraday's evidence bag, turned the television's volume all the way up, and left the video to play. If played from the beginning, it would take 30 minutes for the gunshot sound to come on. And since we now know that this method of time manipulation is possible, it opens up the possibility that the killer is someone other than Detective Gumshoe.
Objection!
Sounds from a television doesn't amount to too much here. But of course, Mr. Prosecutor Edgeworth and Little Miss Von Karma already knew that much from the very beginning, right? Of course we knew, didn't we, Miles? Yes, of course. We know about the soundproof quality of the courthouse rooms. Of course, I'm not about to admit we had no idea until only a little while ago. That's right, and if the rooms are soundproof, then we should not have been able to hear it. I don't care, MRL. This is what I am, and you're gonna deal. Yee. And yet we heard the gunshot clear as day. And? That's it. End of story. But it's not. How should I explain why she was able to hear a gunshot from a soundproof room? Well, come on, well, I don't know why it's asking this again. We literally just went through this. Like, Edgeworth literally just explained this in plain English. Like, like, I love this game, don't get me wrong, but like, most of the time Ace Attorney doesn't make you do this. Most of the time it doesn't make you repeat logic like this. There is actually one common point between lobby number 1 and lobby number 2, and that is that despite the fact that both rooms have air conditioners installed, a window was open in each. Now, we know that the window in lobby number 2 was opened by the killer. However, a window in lobby number 1 was also opened.
Objection!
It's probably just coincidence that they're both open at that time.
Objection!
It was no mere coincidence, I assure you. Why was the window opened in lobby number 1? The answer is that a certain person did something to cause the window to be opened. And that person who triggered that action, that person is the real guilty party. The real killer in this double murder is... Who is it, chat? The tree. Von Karma.
Take that!
Enough people have said yes. Miss Callisto Yu, I hereby formally indict you of the murder of Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rell. What? You indict me? Are you serious, Miles? Why do you think she is the killer? I don't understand her motive just yet. But of course I'm serious. Because she is the only one who could have done it. Well, Miss Yu, do you still feel like laughing now? Of course I do, Edgeworth. My argument must be tight enough yet. Although I never thought things would spiral into this. But I'll have you know I'm enjoying this dance. Quite a bit. I guess this means it's time for my own rebuttal now, right? You argue that the window was opened. However, do you have proof that it was I who did that? Furthermore, do you have proof that the tape was used in committing the crime? Frankly, I'm shocked at you for going around accusing people of murder like this, especially with logic as full of holes as yours. This is where it really starts. I mustn't let my guard down now for even a second, or the truth will blow away. Now's the time to put patented Vonda Karma perfect proof to the test.
Hold it!
Evidence? All I need to do is have some prints analyzed, and we'd know straight away. Be my guest. She sounds as though she has the room to maneuver, which means, even if we were able to lift prints, they'd only show that it was someone else, but why is that someone else was forced to open the window? That's simple logic. Why don't I try presenting that piece of evidence? I have nothing to lose. What's wrong? The scrunched eyebrows lines on your forehead, they're all back. More importantly, are you going to be okay not running a fingerprint analysis? Yes, I'll be fine. Oh, well in that case, I'll just continue with my testimony. Alright? You gotta do the... If you want me to present, you gotta do it. I'm gonna keep pressing until somebody gives me a thing that they want to present. I thought I just proved that it was. Sure, you proved that the tape was there at the scene of the crime. However, that doesn't prove that it was actually used in said crime. Unfortunately for you, Miss Yu, the fact that the tape was there at the crime scene is in itself very important. How so? By the very existence of that tape at the crime scene, it proves that the possibility that the win of the crime scene could have been fabricated. And that possibility alone renders all alibis and witness reports irrelevant. Basically, it means that we will need to re-examine every person's movements again. Whether the tape was used in the crime scene or not, that we could re-evaluate after. So in conclusion, you're admitting that you can't prove that it was at this point. I'm sure you've seen this before, haven't you, Miss Yu? It's worth. I never knew you were into wearing that kind of perfume. I'm not exactly what I'd recommend for boys, you know? Well, this isn't mine. That's right, it's mine, and I received it from Detective Bad, you see. Miss Yu, you can pretend all you like, but we know at least this much is for sure. That you were the one who gave this bottle of perfume to Detective Bad. And that you're super easy to rile up. So, what about the perfume? While you were in lobby number 1, you made a big show of spilling some of this perfume. That, according to Detective Bad. Oh, I know. You also knew that if you spilled it, you would naturally move to open a window.
Objection!
Calm now, I've already told you that's all just a big coincidence. After we opened the window in lobby number 1, I just left it open, you know? So maybe it was just dumb luck that we heard the gunshot through the window. The timing of when you were going to spill the perfume is something you could control. And the most important fact about this case is when people were made to hear that shot. Furthermore, it would have been pointless if you didn't have an alibi for yourself at the time. You mean, Miss Yu, you were the one who called Detective Bad into lobby number 1, when you saw him bring Detective Gumshoe into the hallway. Is that correct? All of today's premeditated events could have only been thought up by you, Miss Yu. You accuse me of murder on the fact that I spilled a little perfume? Well, allow me to say this much. I could have killed Miss Faraday. Would you care to testify as to why? Look, I've had a lot of fun today, really. But I grow weary of this game of cat and mouse. Let's make this the last testimony, and wrap up this absurd case once and for all. Why it couldn't be me. Accusing someone of murder over a spilled perfume bottle is a bit over the top. But I suppose forgery of evidence is to be expected of a disciple of Von Karma. In any case, it simply could not have been me who killed Mr. Faraday. After all, I don't even know where the knife that was used to kill him came from. Milo's testimony is flawless. Yes, but no matter what sort of trick she may try to pull, she won't escape me. And if I'm lacking the information, I'll just draw it out of her. Awario wants me to press 4, and I agree with that.
Hold it.
At this rate, she will inevitably escape. But if she really was the one who killed Mr. Faraday, then she must have known about the existence of the knife. I'm sorry, Miss Yu. Maybe you weren't aware. However, the knife that was used to kill Miss Faraday was taken from his evidence bag. Miles, what do you think you're doing? I'm drawing the truth out of her. That's what I'm doing. Huh? But I don't recall a knife being presented at the trial earlier today. Well, I suppose that's because the evidence was something Miss Faraday had yet to use. So that's what you're trying to do. Look, why don't you cut it out with the lies? I've already figured you out. There was no knife inside Mr. Faraday's evidence bag. The only evidence he had yet to present was the key the Yatagarasu had sent. And unless a key can magically turn into a knife, you really don't have a leg to stand on. Did you really think you could trap me? Come now, be honest. I never intended to do such a thing. It was all a misunderstanding on my part. In any case, I wonder if you might apprehend what you said to your testimony. Sure, why not? I'll even say it as many times as you like. There is a key in his evidence bag, but you can't kill anyone with a simple key. So do you want me to present? We're at full health, so it's not like we lose anything if you try. Weapon used to kill Faraday has secret ability to change into a key the Yatagarasu sent. A photo of the key the Yatagarasu sent. It turns into a knife. Pixel, for the love of God, don't waste my time with that anymore. You think it's funny, and I'm serious. Kinda just annoying for everyone involved. What number is the last statement? 5. I am incapable of showing that. Just pretend I have 5 here. Why are you like this? Miss Yu, I wonder if you might take a look at this photo for me. This is a picture of the key the Yatagarasu sent to the police. However, while it may look like a key at first glance, it, in fact, has a secret ability to transform into a knife. Which means that what was inside Miss Faraday's bag was both the Yatagarasu's key and the murderous knife. You knew that the key was inside Mr. Faraday's bag, did you not? Yes. Oh, the Yatagarasu's key alone, it's more than possible to kill Mr. Faraday. Ugh. Did you understand now? Just knowing of the existence of the Yatagarasu's key... I still haven't had a good look at it. Showing it to me from that far away, you could be lying for all I know. You would, even now, still feign ignorance. I'm not feigning anything! But we can't have you accusing me of a crime with false evidence now, can we? I mean, Mr. Von Karma, I've heard some very interesting rumors about him. Are you mocking my papa? Don't you dare sully the good name of my mentor. Now take a good look. This piece of evidence is more than real. Wow, who knew there was such a trick to this thing? Are you satisfied now? But of course, you knew from the very beginning, didn't you? You knew that the knife and the Yatagarasu key are one and the same. Otherwise, someone like you who isn't a member of law enforcement, and who would have never have been privy to this trick, would have never known about it to begin with. Furthermore, the something the Yatagarasu sent the police. How did you have knowledge as to what it was? Actually, I heard it from Mr. Faraday. Just before he dragged Mr. L off, he told me. That's right, I almost forgot. He also told me about the key turning into a knife at that time. But he didn't tell me about how the key actually transforms. What are you saying is simply not possible. Oh, and why not? Because Mr. Faraday himself didn't know about the hidden knife within the key. For within these pages, he mentions nothing about a knife. I'm not sure he would have written everything in his organizer, you know? Wouldn't something of this importance be better left off to oral communication? Unfortunately, that is also impossible. Detective Bad didn't know about the knife aspect either. But would have been highly classified information even within the police force. And is something that even the lead detective on the case didn't know. Why would Mr. Faraday have felt the need to share such information with the opposition? Yeah, I guess he wouldn't have much of a reason to. Looks like I gave a pretty lame excuse, huh? How can you laugh at a time like this? She probably just realized the flaw in her logic and is actually in a panic over it. But that's not something we need to concern ourselves with. I suppose you're right. Miss Yu, I'd like to state that I also know how you know the real nature of this knife. Do you now? Well, why don't you put your money where your mouth is and show me? Oh, I will, and I'll wipe that smile off your face by the time we're through. This is it, the moment of truth, the secret behind the Yatagarasu key. Only one person would have had knowledge of it from the get-go. Who would know from the start that the Yatagarasu's key could change into a knife? Who is it, chat? Don't think too hard about this. Trust me, it's not that complicated.
Take that!
There is only one person who would have known about the dual nature of the key. And that is the person who sent the Yatagarasu key to the police. That is to say, the Yatagarasu herself. Are you saying that this lawyer is the great thief Yatagarasu? Miss Yu, you used Mr. Rel to lure Miss Faraday into a trap, didn't you? You, who professed to bear a grudge against criminals. Why? Why do something like this? Who would have thought that you, a stupid rookie prosecutor, would see through me? You're sending the biggest chill down my spine right now, Edgeworth. This feeling of thrill is even greater than when I sneak into someplace. You killed Faraday? Why? Answer me, Callisto Yu. Callisto Yu, huh? That's not my real name. Because my real identity is yes, the great thief Yatagarasu. Let me tell you something, Edgeworth. Mr. Faraday was one difficult man to deal with. For you see, he had discovered my true identity, which is why I had to erase him from the world of law. I made Rel an offer, an acquittal for a little favor in return. All he had to do was accuse Mr. Faraday of being the Yatagarasu in court. But once we entered the recess, Rel was dragged off by Mr. Faraday, which threw my plan into a complete mess. I chased after them and eavesdropped on them through a crack in the door. That Rel caves to only two things, money and authority, just as all thugs do. I feared my plan was going to be ruined if Miss Faraday held onto Rel any longer. Plus, if I had let them continue on the way they were, I would have been found out. That's why I had no choice. I had to kill them both. Didn't you say that you despised criminals? But I do, really? You. Have you forgotten about the KG-8 incident? Maybe. What sort of woman would... So then it was your plan to kill Mr. Faraday with the very evidence then you just said. Well, I had a good idea of what Miss Faraday was going to do. I just made that Miss Faraday was going to prove that Rel wasn't the Yatagarasu by using this Yatagarasu's key as evidence, and that he would bring it with him. Which is why I thought to use the knife portion. With a weapon as well disguised as this, no one would be the wiser. Because who in their right mind would think something like this could be a weapon? I casually entered lobby number 2 on the pretext that I had to talk with Mr. Faraday. In order to get with him, I pretended to be worried about something. He then let me hold the Yatagarasu's key, just like that. He never noticed that I had changed the key into a knife inside that plastic bag. And he didn't have the chance to take note of the knife that took his life. How could you kill him? I knew him for a long time, you know. At the very least, I thought to give him a quick and painless death. But if you killed Mr. Faraday first, then there was no need for you to kill Mr. Rel as well. I believe I mentioned why when we were placing Detective Gumshoe under arrest. Something about having accidentally created an eyewitness, and how that led the killer to think about setting them up as though they killed each other. Then the trick with the surveillance tape. Yes, I hadn't actually planned to use a gun. The risk was too high that I'd be caught. However, that's when I remembered the existence of the surveillance tape, which is why I had Rel help me set up the crime scene. And after all was said and done, I rewarded him for all his hard work with a bullet. You're a defense attorney, are you? How could you betray a client? It was you and no one told Keiju that it was her dad. If you want to talk about who was a client of who's first, it was me. I was the client in the murder of the Cadopian embassy staff member, Deadman. You ordered a hit job? You still haven't figured it out, Mr. Bad? I had Deadman killed because he was about to give away info about the smuggling ring. Now, who exactly do you think would benefit from such an assassination? It can't be. You're... That's right. I'm a member of the smuggling ring. What? How could this... You don't mean you're working with Manny Kochin too, do you? Maybe, maybe not. Guess you'll never know. The Yatagarasu claims to be normal, but you're just another cold-blooded murderer. That's right, little girl. The Yatagarasu's just another killer. Be quiet, you. Yatagarasu! You can run from the law, but you'll never escape it. Should just humbly accept the judgment of this court. Hey, Edgeworth. Did you know the Yatagarasu has 3 legs? Do you know why that is? No, well, let me tell you. It means that the Yatagarasu has more than one razor-sharp way to do her work. Oh, fuck. You really are too naive, Edgeworth. You even handed the Yatagarasu's key right to me without a second thought. Everything may not have gone according to plan, but I'll still gladly take it. Ugh. You mean the key was your real target? And even after I gave you such great advice. Didn't I tell you to always keep a good eye on criminal? Or you may regret what comes to your negligence. You two, get down! Ah! Ugh, my body. I can't move. Hey, mister, to your right! You! Are you alright, Francisca? I'm perfectly fine, Miles. Her voice is shaking, but it looks like she's unharmed. Where did Kay go? That's a gunshot! Sorry, but it looks like she got away. I called the precinct. They should have a perimeter set up soon. Detective Bad, are you alright? I heard a gunshot. I'm okay, just got another hole in my jacket. May say he's fine, but he looks quite shaken. But more importantly, boy, I mean, Mr. Edgeworth, Mr. Von Karma, are you too hurt? I'm absolutely fine. I'm also alright, thanks to Kay. Speaking of Kay, where is she? I don't know. She just sort of disappeared. I'll go look for her. Oh, and hey, Detective Gumshoe. Yes, sir. Detective Bad, sir. I'm sorry I doubted you. Don't worry, sir. It's not your fault. I lied to you guys too, after all. I heard about what happened from Kay. Lying while giving testimony is still unforgivable. But in this case, you were protecting Kay and her feelings. Looks like you just might have what it takes to be a real detective. Now, don't you ever lose that detective spirit, okay? You got it, Pops! Pops, we watched one too many detective dramas recently, have we? Way to single-handedly destroy the cheery atmosphere with one snarky comment. I should get back to the investigation. I swear, I'll catch you if it's the last thing I do. Be careful, Detective Bad, and take care. Thanks. Well, I'm off. Maybe we'll run into each other again someday. Thanks a bunch, pal. You're the best. You really did find out the truth behind everything. Yes, well, I'm glad we solved everything before you were taken to prison. I can't believe how much trouble I caused you with my testimony tonight. He's still shaken up about it, chat. This dude does not let it go. Oh, it's no problem, really. I mean, I lied too, so I didn't help anything. It's really not your fault, Your Honor. Well, even if we didn't have his Honor's testimony, I think that liar would have found another way to get you convicted on her behalf. Yeah, I can't believe I was about to get fired during my first week as a detective. So as long as you're not fired, you should work hard, give all that you have, and perform your duties well. Oh, and one more thing. Kay left a present for you with me. She did? Ooh, what is it? What was it that Kay left for me? The proof of their friendship? Chat, what did Kay leave for Gumshoe? You should know. The Swiss roll.
Take that!
It's a courthouse special Swiss roll. Can I really have it? Yes, it's a present meant for you, after all. Thanks a bunch. You have no idea how happy this makes me, pal. It's like a little it's like a thin cake rolled into a spiral with icing in between where it connects to the cake. They're really freaking good. Sure, go ahead. The Swiss rolls Detective Gumshoe and Kay bought together. With the one Kay saved never reached her father. It would appear that her sentiments have touched the heart of this detective. He's so happy as though he's having a welcome back celebration of his own. Well, I was asked by Kay to give it to him. Oh, that was good, pal. I can't believe I got to eat 2 of these delicious things in one day. It's like I'm in Swiss World Paradise or something. I've got to thank Kay myself. Hey, wait, where is she? You only just noticed. Oh, was his mind not present when we discussed her earlier? Featherbad left to go search for her earlier. Maybe you should go join him. Yeah, you betcha, pal. I'm gonna go help him. Oh, but first... You know what, pal? Actually, I guess I shouldn't be so rude to you anymore, huh? I'm gonna stick right by your side from now on, Mr. Edgeworth, sir. I sense nothing but a most troublesome relationship from that ominous statement. Oh, man. We should go home too, madams. We have to hurry and report what has happened to Papa. Agreed. Well, I'm afraid we must be going now, Detective. Roger, sir. And don't you worry. I'll investigate the next case we're on real well. I'll be, counting you. I'm never gonna stream that. I do not care about those games, MRL. The sense of trouble is definitely in the air. Thus, like a bad dream, my first outing at court came to a disturbing end. A few months later, I was finally able to properly stand in court as a prosecutor. But the detective in charge of the investigation was, as I dreaded, Detective Gumshoe. After that, he became my direct subordinate. I have tried, but words fail to describe the immeasurable suffering he has caused me. But I suppose that's just how things are. As for the little girl who suddenly disappeared, she's now... So, do you remember now? Yes, I remember everything. Kay, it's been a while. Kay, you sure grew up a lot. Of course, but thank goodness, I thought you two had totally forgotten about me. You know, I was really worried about you after all that. Where have you been all this time? Gummy, I didn't know you cared. After my father died, I went to go live with my mother's relatives. They lived really far away, so I really wasn't able to come back here all that much. Oh, is that what happened? Well, I'm just glad you're all right. So does it all make sense now? You betcha it does. Oh, you know what? I was going through my father's bookshelves recently, and... Actually, there are still a number of things that don't make sense, Kay. Huh? First of all, why did you come all this way to see me? And second, why are you calling yourself the Yatagarasu? The Yatagarasu is Callisto Yu, the woman who killed your father. No, you're wrong. The real Yatagarasu was my father. Mr. Faraday was the Yatagarasu? Like I said, I was going through my father's bookshelf recently, and I found a secret diary hidden among his books. I have no regrets in choosing to walk the path of the Yatagarasu. That was written in his diary, and that's how I know for sure. But that's impossible! What's with that look? You don't believe me? It wasn't just the expression on my face. I clearly said it was impossible just now. Alright then, how do you explain this? It's a way of disarming any security system of the user's choosing. Yep, that's Little Thief. Truth be told, this is the Yatagarasu's greatest secret. And this little gizmo used by my father. Wow, Mr. Faraday wasn't just a great prosecutor. He was a really great thief, huh? Yeah, my father worked really hard to steal the truth. But he was killed. And the Yatagarasu was no more. But despite that, the Yatagarasu has been spotted again recently. Someone other than you? Here, Mr. Edgeworth. Take a look at this article. Yatagarasu sends cards to the embassy. Yeah, meaning this person's a fake. I'm almost certain that Callisto Yu lady is behind this. Because the real Yatagarasu would never send something like a gaudy card out. But the Yatagarasu did send a white collie card along with anything to be publicized. That's what Detective Pad told me 7 years ago, if memory serves. Well, as soon as I heard the news, I got all wound up, and I knew I couldn't just let it go. So I searched you out, so that I could obtain the truth behind the Yatagarasu. Because if anyone can help me find it, I figured it's you, Mr. Edgeworth. So you're saying that I have your father's and Mr. Yu's identities backwards? Yes, because the real Yatagarasu is noble to the end. And I want to revive the real noble Yatagarasu. If I don't, my father will never be able to rest in peace. Hey. Hey, you're so honorable. I don't care what anyone else thinks. I'll always be here to cheer you on, pal. Even if you are honorable, a thief is a thief. And if you are plotting to commit a crime, then I'm afraid I can't be complicit. Mr. Edgeworth. You guys are not making it easy for me. Who am I supposed to support now? Mr. Edgeworth. What I want from you is not to steal something. What I want is the arrest of that evil woman. That evil woman. You mean Callisto Yu. I think it's too hard for me to catch her all by myself. But I thought since you were able to expose her for who she is, then maybe... Please, Mr. Edgeworth, won't you help me? Pixel, this game came out before Persona 5. Just saying, I'm just saying. This was before Persona 5. I'm just fucking saying. Come to think of it, I do believe I owe you. Huh? Owe me for what? When Miss Yu made her escape, it was you who saved my life. Furthermore, you helped me with the investigation today. I am not so rude as to leave favors unrepaid. That you mean... Yes. That case has been weighing down my soul ever since that fateful day. Perhaps the time has come to settle things once and for all. I know, Pixel, I know, I'm just saying. If you don't intend to sully your hands in a crime, then I believe I can help you. Mr. Edgeworth, thank you. Yay, Mr. Edgeworth, sir, isn't that great, Kay? Yeah, it sure is, Gummy. Even though he had completely forgotten about her until just now. What is with their chummy relationship? The great thief Yatagarasu. After all that time, the true identity of the thief sank back into the darkness. Brian Faraday, Callisto Yu, and Kay Faraday. The phantasmagorically changing identity of the great thief Yatagarasu. And the Yatagarasu's real goal. It would all come to light the day after I made that promise to Kay. You think you need to call it? We're ending now, Bakiri. Episode 5, Turnabout Ablaze. This is going to be a two-part. This is tech instead of spirituality. True. She uses Little Thief a lot more in the second game, too. And she uses in the second game. She's great in the second game. I just like Kay a lot. Kay's a great character. I can't wait to get to the second game. Because as much as I'm really enjoying playing Investigations with you guys right now. It's not even comparable in terms of the quality of Investigations 1 to Investigations 2. Investigations 2 is such a better game, it's not even funny. Enjoy your 5 hours of sleep. Hey, I'm not working in the office tomorrow, so even though it's 1 a.m., I can sleep in until 8 a.m. So I can get a full 7 hours of sleep. Fuck you. Alright, everybody. I'm going to go to bed now. It was an amazing stream. I'm really happy you all came out, and I hope you all like the new. So time for me to go to bed. We're probably not going to be going as long. I don't think tomorrow's stream is going to be as long, but there's a very real chance that Thursday's stream will go long. So just as a heads up, because I want to beat this game by Thursday so that I can get to Zelda on Friday. And I think if I split Turnabout Ablaze into 2 5-hour parts, we should have no problem beating it in 10 hours. It is about a 10-hour long case. It's a very long case. Like, most of the time, Ace Attorney final cases are about the 5 to 10 hour long range. So if I split it into 2 5-hour streams, we should be able to beat it in 2 streams. But we'll see. Yeah, MRL, don't please stop admitting to breaking the law on my channel. Thank you so much. I've told you that before. And you keep doing it. We're gonna raid Senti. All right, everybody, go say hi. They're playing Mario Odyssey, an amazing platformer. This will be the raid message will be... I don't have a raid message. Just say whatever the fuck you want. All right, everybody, I gotta head to bed. Good night. Take care. Have a good one. Ciao. And have a nice life. I'm gonna be fixing these up so that they move a little bit better tomorrow. It'll be fun. All right, everyone, take care. Bye.